on how they handle public information, and then at the same time, their responsibilities to make public information available upon request using the right procedure. But at the end of the day, this is how we see the implementation of that definition that I have just shared with you. If done right, you will have a sustainable high performance across the SEs. Why is that important? Dr. Yamson said it. More than 60% of our productive capacity sits in the SEs. So if the SEs are well run, and by that I mean roles, duties, and responsibilities are clear and are lived right, the direction for an SE is always very clear to everyone. We run a program called the Leadership Journey. And it is not uncommon for us to interview the board of a company and the extended leadership team. And for as many people as we interview, we have as many definitions of what the strategy of the organization is. It is not uncommon. I dare say that if we run it in any of these organizations represented here, we will see the same pattern. And it takes a very strong board. It takes a very well-led board. It takes a very cohesive board to ensure that, first of all, the direction is clear, it is coherently articulated, and that it can be lived by all the members of the organization from the very top to the very bottom. Direction is key. And in many cases where SEs fail, it is because there is lack of clear direction. The board is going in one direction, the chief executive and his team are going in another direction, and the managers are also having their own little tete-a-tete somewhere. The other part is the legal and regulatory compliance. There are many SEs that are not compliant, but because they are in the public sector, as it were, a blind eye and a wink is what often is the response. And where there is enforcement, I think some years back, Electricity Corporation decided that all SEs will pay their bills. Do you remember? Do you remember the chaos? When institutions were asked to go and pay their electricity bills, some even resisted the installation of prepaid meters. You remember? This is essentially a resistance of good behavior. And so some installed generators rather than go and pay their bills. Risk management is another issue. Clearly, nobody saw COVID coming. But when COVID came, some countries responded very well, some institutions responded very well, others also experienced abject failure. Why is that? Some organizations inherently were ready. I'll give you an example outside the SE environment, and you can judge for yourself. When COVID came, church services or religious services ceased. Some churches didn't blink. They immediately seamlessly shifted to online services. Other places who saw technology as a work of the devil and did not have any technology in place suddenly found that the church ceased. And then you had complaints. People are not coming to church, they'll go to hell. But the issue really was that the offerings were not coming. So you need to understand what are the potential risks for your organization and look far and think about how we might possibly address these issues should they materialize. And that is the first responsibility of the governing body of every SE, being the board. The other issue is internal controls, and I know that we love internal controls. You go into any organization and there's internal audit, and it's a very powerful role. And in recent times, we've had discussions about internal audit being pulled out of the SEs to sit in their own, department, or we have the Ghana Audit Service. So internal audit service is the conversation that is going on right now to make them more independent and less beholden to the management and the board of any particular organization. Why is this an issue? It's an issue because clearly governance is failing. And when the Public Accounts Committee does its report, 20-something years, 28, almost 30 years into democratic rule, we still have incidences where Parliament has to sanction or recommend sanctions for bad behavior, for poor governance, essentially, because internal controls are failing. It's an indictment on the quality of internal governance, of corporate governance across the SC, and something that now there's a conversation about how to address. Finally, there's a matter of building the right relationships with stakeholders. How best do we ensure that every part of the organization, both the internal stakeholders and the external stakeholders, feel confident about how the organization is being led? In the last week, we've had huge conversations in the media about school feeding and the success of or lack of success when it comes to school feeding. And it took the minister to leave his office, go on a field trip, take photographs to demonstrate that the issue is not as grave as it is. But even there, once there was smoke, people wanted to see fire. And there was a resistance to the clear demonstration that whilst there were issues, they were not as explosive as was being discussed. Why is that so? Because there's a disconnect. Some parents, some teachers, some administrators felt they were not being listened to. And that was at the root of the whole conversation. They felt that they did not have a voice. So if you don't have the right relationships with the stakeholders, these things will happen. And I'm not saying this to criticize anyone. I'm merely citing an example that the issue was not, for me, not even about the availability of food, but it was the underlying statement was that people did not feel they had a voice. It is critical that the board ensures that all stakeholders are satisfied that they have the right amount of voice, and that when they speak, there's a fair hearing and an adequate response. Are there any questions, any comments at all? Okay. Governance, as DG and his team, minister, want to see practiced by you in the specified entities is not governance as we have seen it before. And I'll talk about, I think, 5 major shifts that have been observed in the world of corporate governance in recent times. The first thing is that we have moved from actions to outcomes. So you saw in the definition, it is the exercise of ethical leadership. As opposed to the original definition that we all began with, it is about a system of structures and rules. The structures and rules require certain actions from us, but actually ethical leadership is focused on outcomes, certain implications that must, or certain manifestations that must demonstrate to everybody without having to refer to the structures and the rules. You just walk into a place and you know that this is a well-led, well-governed institution. Way back when we paid a visit to VRA with some foreign guests, they walked into the Akosombo facility and they said, "Wow, is this Ghana?" That statement, "Wow, is this Ghana?" clearly said that it was a well-governed place. It didn't look like a typical industrial environment that they would expect in Ghana. So kudos to VRA. And I think that in the power sector, over and over, some of these comments we have some of the best engineers you can find on the continent. You have some of the best system managers you can find on the continent. Why is that so? Because those organizations probably have taken a leap forward. Coming here this morning, I was listening to CTFM and a conversation about a journalist walking into an airport in another West African country and bursting into tears because he could not believe how deplorable the environment was. But then you walk into Accra airport and you say, "Wow, I'm in a very good place." Why is that so? Because some group of leaders have been looking at outcomes rather than just pure actions. The second thing is that we move from rules to a culture. So back in the day when it was very common that I'll write you a letter, I'll sanction you, I'll query you. It's not about those things. Yes, there's a place for rules, but more importantly, we have to live a new culture. We have to have different set of values, and we must expect and reward a different set of behaviors now that we move into the new era of governance. The third issue is that move from stakeholder primacy. The conversation always is, when was the last time you paid some dividend to government? And then you will have a photo up. The CEO and his board chair are holding a big dummy check, and it's always a dummy check, isn't it? It's never a real check. They are holding a dummy check and presenting it to somebody else. Hopefully. So a check is presented, and that is the end of the matter. The question is, there's very little discussion about the quality of the performance of the organization. And that requires an active engagement with stakeholders. Stakeholders, as I've said, need to have voice. And so if, yes, the shareholder is satisfied, you also need to ask yourself, what are the bottom line expectations for all the other stakeholders that we impact as an organization, or that we must relate to as an organization, and what are their bottom lines as well? It's not always about the money. It is not always about the money, and that is very important. The third issue is about a shift from short-term reporting. So especially for those institutions that are listed, public companies, yes, the quarter-on-quarter reporting is important, but what is more critical is an assessment that demonstrates that the investments that are made in the organization, the capital that has been invested in the organization, are delivering quality results over the long term. The short term is good because we have to be a going concern, but in the long term, our wider and broader impact is very important, and that is now the focus when governance is discussed. And to drill down, that means a shift from the financial bottom line to a focus on delivering the triple bottom line, ethical capitalism. So looking at the environmental impact, looking at the social impact, looking at the financial results as well. Banks now go into AGMs where shareholders say, we do not want you to put money into fossil fuels. We want you to invest in renewable energy because of the environmental impact. You may say that as a bank, maybe my environmental impact is how much paper we use, and let's move away from printed documents to digital statements, etc., etc. But shareholders will tell you that you have an environmental impact because of the industry that you fund. So what would happen if our banks were subjected to that conversation? Would they achieve a pass mark on their environmental impact? We have to ask these questions. Some banks have had vigorous shareholder debates about whether they should invest in shipping or in airlines because of their impact on climate change. So these are all significant shifts that for those of us who find ourselves leading specified entities, we need to take into consideration and ensure that we are not just about what does the law say, but we're also about what is our broader and wider impact on the society and the environment as well. For those of you whose role is not about delivering a cash bottom line, if you are at NEFRA, the expectation is not a cash bottom line, but you are certainly expected to ensure the delivery of a certain social benefit, a social outcome, a certain quality of our health infrastructure. It becomes your responsibility. So you also have to try and define the value that you are delivering, but also look at the environmental aspects of it, the social aspects of it, and as well as the financial results, probably for the sector that is being regulated by the entity. Okay. I'd like to shift a little bit. Good, there's a question, finally. Where are the mics? All right. I can keep what I have. I'm very happy about that.
Can you go back one step? Yes, the last point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is it in order of...
No, it's not in any order. I just chose it because I'm very funny. You see that it's technically from the shortest line to the longest line. That's just me. All right. So it's not in any order. It's not in any order. But all of them have to work together. It is as important to focus on delivering the triple bottom line as it is to ensure that you are engaging with your stakeholders. One will not happen without the other, because you will find that some of your stakeholders are there because of the environmental issues, they are there because of the social issues. The issue of culture also comes across, because if the organization is only about profit and you don't care about the work-life balance of the people in the organization, you will have a meltdown ultimately. So all 5 issues work together.
The last point, the 5th point.
Sure.
The triple line.
The triple bottom line.
Yeah, bottom line, yes. So do you have any recommendation in terms of percentage? Because I'm looking at the best balance. Yes.
No, they are equally important. Look at it, let's look at it this way. Assuming that BOST is presenting its annual report to SIGA. BOST falls under SIGA, correct? Yes. So if BOST is presenting its annual report to the shareholder, it is important for BOST to state how its operations have impacted the environment. In any case, BOST comes under the ambit of the EPA Act, right? Right? So it is important for it to demonstrate that its activities have had a neutral impact on the environment or have had a negative impact, and this is how we are addressing it. That is as important as its financial bottom line. Or let me take another case. Take NEFRA. NEFRA is reporting at the end of the year. It is important for NEFRA to state in its financial statement how the work that it has done has improved access to healthcare. That is a social impact. It's not about money, but the fact that every Ghanaian now has access to a hospital, let's say within a 10-kilometer radius. That would be wonderful, isn't it? Some sort of healthcare facility within a 10-kilometer radius. It's no different. If you walk into, let's say, MTN, they want you to be able to have access to a retail point within 500 meters, within any 500-meter journey. So, as a society, our ability to access the non-banking services offered by that entity is easy. It's simplified. Within 500 meters of any walk, you should be able to find a retail point. Now, what happens when you come to the world of NEFRA? What is the social what are the standards for its impact on the society at the end of every year? It has to have standards and it has to report on those, not just the financial numbers. Fair? Okay, thank you. Yes, madam. There's a question here, there's a question there. I'll just go across the room so it's not discriminatory.
I can see your hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll come here then.
Thank you so much. Looking at the 5 shifts, I was thinking of, I was expecting to see the shifting from quantity to quality, because advocating for the existence of a system, the readily exist or availability of a system, and how effective or efficient that system is should also be looked at, because most companies are actually existing. But when you look at the services or the products or their end result, sometimes it's laughable. And I think that probably we should also consider that at the last bit or something, I don't know.
Actually, that is reflected in the 5th point. Because yes, you can always explain away bad performance. But when you dig into the why of the bad performance, you will now start looking at how well did you engage with the other stakeholders, with the rest of the stakeholders of the organization. So I'll give you, I will give you some examples that are outside the SE environment. So there's a wonderful interview that was had with the former CEO of Unilever International, who said, Yes, the stock exchange requires that every quarter we report, and we report on volumes, and sales value. And we report on profits, and we report on dividends, etc., etc. But I said, this is paraphrasing him, but I said that I was not going to be driven by that. I wanted to understand how we were impacting the consumer in their real life. And that's the quality issue that you talk about. So I want to deliver lux to you, but I don't want to harm the environment whilst I'm doing so. Therefore, major organizations like that look at palm oil and they say, is the monoculture plantation system that is delivering consumer products. And about 80% of all the products we find on the shelves in the retail outlets have palm oil in them. So you can imagine the impact that the monoculture plantation system is having. Can we find an alternative to palm oil that will mean less monoculture plantations? Right? So that's talking about quality in the real life of the consumer. People care whether the orangutans in Southeast Asia die off or do not die off. That's a quality of life issue. Fair? Okay. So that issue of shifting from just quantity to quality, it is addressed when you look at the triple bottom line, and it is addressed when you shift from shareholder primacy to stakeholder engagement. There was a third question here. Madam, I hope you are satisfied. Partly. Okay, we'll talk in chambers afterwards. Yes,
Thank you very much. Your major shifts here are looking quite heavy. That's why I get most of the questions. Well, the rules to a culture is what I want clarity on. I'm Dr. Bonaventure, the Managing Director for ICO. Irrigation.
I think we've met.
Yes. And when you are presenting these things, certain times a lot is hidden under. And I want to just give an exposure as to rules to culture, because when you have the indigenous knowledge of the people, and there's that saying that this is my father's land within the irrigation, it becomes a big problem. And I thought it would have been very good to come about the rules to indigenous knowledge into brackets culture. But I don't know what exactly you want to say here. Thank you.
Right. I'm getting an offer for help, but I'll start and give you an answer. It is very easy to present to you a code that is divorced from the reality of how we work in organizations and how we interact with the society around us. That is a recipe for failure. If we merely brought you a code and said, thou shall, we tick the box, we sign it off, you also would take that code, put it in your drawer, and walk away. In an organization that we recently ran a leadership program for, they said, they pretend to listen, and we also pretend to work. That is what happens when you drop rules on people. I will never forget when the PPA Act was passed, and a gentleman said, wonderful. Now we have a legal route by which to... I will not finish. Now we have a legal route by which to do our own thing. Let me put it that way. Why is that so? Because the focus on just the rule takes you away from people having an ownership for the outcome. When people feel that I as Michael Harry-Yamson, I am responsible for making sure that the better outcome is seen, then I'm not bound by the rules. If you go to the Bible, it says that when you are under law versus when you are under grace, isn't it? The law condemns you and grace frees you. So that is the sort of thing we're talking about here. The rules only constrict you, but culture liberates you. It allows you to be creative, it allows you to be innovative, but always with an eye to better outcomes. The rules don't care about whether the outcomes are good or not. It's did you follow the rule? Yes, sir. One last question, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Please just take your coffee, bring it to the table, and let us continue because we actually have a long day. Yes, sir. Do you have the mic? Sir, sorry, Dr. Bonaventure, was that okay? Was it?
Thank you very much. But my challenge is, culture is a very,
Big word.
not the word, but the explanation of what really it is. Now, I look at culture as an outcome of the interplay of people and systems. It's as simple as that. Now, systems are made up of rules, regulations, principles, whatever. In that sense, like my senior brother said, you cannot entirely divorce rule culture. We may not necessarily, so my thinking is that we want to be careful how we explain the second point about rules to culture, because I believe to achieve culture in the sense, you need the interplay of people and systems where rules sit in a way. So it's more like a transition more than moving from one to the other. I mean, that's what I think. Maybe
All right.
you want to.
So in talking about the shift, we are not saying that actions are not important anymore or that rules are not important anymore, but we're saying that the focus of our practice of governance is not about just the rules, but there's a heavy emphasis now on the outcome. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there will be no rules, because in the definition that you received from SIGA, it said a system of rules, structures, etc., etc. What we have done is that we have prefaced that by saying that it is first and foremost about it is first and foremost important to focus on the ethical leadership, i.e., leaders. Governance now should first of all be evidenced by leaders who know and do what is right. And then you also want to look at the governance outcomes. So I want to know that when it was my time to run specified entity A, we didn't damage the environment. We didn't harm the society. We didn't end up with losses year after year after year. How did we achieve that? Then you can go to, we enforced A, B, C, D, E. So the rules aspect of what we are talking about now becomes a foundational issue. Think of it as Old Testament, New Testament. The New Testament does not invalidate the Old Testament. It builds on it. Good. Okay, Dr. Yamson will speak, and then we'll have our break.
Just let me, when you mention today, if you mention Rwanda, what comes to your mind? Oh, sorry. When you mention Rwanda, what comes to your mind? Those who ask the question about culture, what comes to your mind when I talk about Rwanda? Immediately you think of a well-run country, right? Is that not true? So it comes to you, good behavior comes to you naturally. When you don't have to go to the rules to look for what I should do. You go into an organization and you suddenly do so, this is a very disciplined place. Because they live it. It's part of them. That's their culture, to do things the right way. And that's how they don't have to look for a book of, what am I supposed to do here? But it comes to them naturally because that's how they have been built up. So a culture will be the end result of all the rules that you have talked about here. If you walk into an organization, you can smell right from the entrance. If the place is dirty, what does it say to you? And there are many places that I go, at the reception, I have already formed my mind what I'm expecting. because the place is filthy, it's dirty, people are walking about, they are shouting, some people are sitting there and eating in an office environment. You know it's not a disciplined place. They don't have a culture of doing right things. So it's not that you don't obey rules, not at all. But you create a culture of behaving properly, of living the values. That's what this is about. Because if you have to go and always look for a notebook to check, a checklist, am I supposed to do this? Yes, I've done. I'm to do it. No, that's not how you should do it. If you want to build a good corporate behavior long term, it must be part of the organization. It must be part of everybody. You cannot just be a checkbox to list. So that's what we're talking about here. So you must move away from what the rule says to, voluntary, and let it come to you that I don't have to do this. I know it is wrong. I won't do it. Even if the rules don't say that, and you know it is wrong, don't tell me that because there's no rule that I should do it. No. Moses gave the Israelis the 10 Commandments, but their behavior was totally at variance with the 10 Commandments every time. So you can have the rules, but you won't live it, and it will not become part of you. It's when you begin to live the rules that you build a culture of good behavior.
Right, so we take 5 minutes, and then we'll continue. Oh, sorry, pardon me. Minister wants to say something.
Sorry, but listening to the explanation and listening to the questioner's question, I see a midpoint, which is like a set of rules we should imbibe that even subconsciously we are living it without even knowing that we are following rules. Okay, so that's the transition. So the conclusion is that we need a set of rules to live it and develop a culture. Okay, thank you.
So you are moving from you are moving from a rule-based system to where you begin to your values and behaviors come natural to you. So that's what it says, from here to there. It's a transformation. It's a journey we are traveling. Today, everybody must go to the book and say, what does the book say to me? But we don't expect that to happen a year, 2 years from now. We will expect that people will automatically, they wouldn't say, oh, what do you think about enterprises? Oh, don't mind them. These people, their behavior is bad. To where when you talk about it, as an SE, everybody thinks about an exceptional, well-run organization. You will respect them as you respect everybody else.
Right, so please let's take our 5-minute break and come back at 11:15? Yeah. Yeah, grab and come back. So just 5 minutes, please. Yeah. Just grab and come back. It's right behind me. So let's be back at 11:15. I'm giving you 7 minutes. Thank you.
Please just kindly grab something quickly and then come back. We're already behind time, so that we can be able to finish all that we've earmarked to do today. So please grab a drink, take something, and quickly come back. Thank you very much.
4, 2.
I beg you, so that we can. Thank you, thank you. Please, we want to continue with the next session. We want to continue with the rest of the section, actually. We like the level of interactions, but grateful if you mention your name, the institution you are coming from before you start speaking, so that we can put a name and an entity to who is speaking. I think it's very important. Those of you who are granting interviews, please, thank you very much. I'm sure everybody has been able to get something to drink so that we can continue with the rest of the program. The ushers, please, if you can call those outside to come in so that we can continue with the session, because we have a tall list of activities still ahead of us. The ushers, if you can kindly get those outside to be seated for us. The session was ongoing. We had 2 people joining us, and I would like to acknowledge their presence. We have Mr. Sullivan Rosell, Controller General, Ports and Airports of Antilles, a French government expert on governance, monitoring, and evaluation, who is here on the ticket of AFD. We also have joining us the Managing Director of the Ghana Publishing Company, Mr. David Asante. Mr. David Asante, if you can kindly give us a wave, we're grateful that you could make time to join us. So I'm handing over to Mr. Michael Yamson.
I need my clicker.
What do you want? What do you want for changing? Is there? He's on. He's on.
No, this is on.
Oh, okay. That guy's. He's on.
Right, wonderful. So we we will make progress. Oh, okay. All right, so as I said, we'll move into this section where we talk about the guiding principles for the governing boards of our specified entities. Now, for us as your consultants, we will say that the most important principle is that of leadership. Leadership that ensures that across the enterprise, integrity is demonstrated and good judgment is demonstrated. There was a question before the break about rules versus culture. In the absence of an explicit rule, let good judgment reign. In the absence, even where there is a rule, when the context changes, let good judgment reign. The second part of demonstrating good leadership has to do with how you empower the organization. So, do you ensure that there are the right skills for today and tomorrow? Because that thing is more frustrating than an employee who knows that they no longer have the means, the skills, and the competencies to deliver their job, or that they have it, but the environment does not allow them to apply their skills and competencies. On a national level, we talk about brain drain in decades past. Why did that happen? Either the people had the skills and the competencies, but the environment was frustrating, or they did not have it and they could only acquire it by leaving. And then when they left, they never came back, or they came back when they were too old to make a substantial contribution. So leadership is very important for these two reasons. The second issue is about performance, and I'll not go through everything. I'm sure SIGA will make the presentation available to you. But it has to be crucial that we are not in the job because, as a board, we have been rewarded, but that we are in the job because, as a board, we are going to ensure that the organization delivers outstanding performance. That should be a core mandate and a core deliverable as far as the board is concerned. The second principle, relationships. And I've talked about stakeholder engagement. It is really critical that the legitimate interests of shareholders and stakeholders are always given life by the action and the exercise of authority by the board. And people should feel that the organization is communicating with them in a way that is transparent, in a way that engenders equity and fairness at all times. Thirdly, compliance. Because the governance that is lived is no governance if it does not ensure that the organization as an entity and its members as executives or managers are actually ensuring compliance with the law. This is where the rules come into play. And lastly, risk management. If we have been entrusted with superintending the business of giving direction to an organization, it is our primary role to understand the risks beyond the horizon. Because the people who deliver value today, whether it is monetary or non-monetary, are concerned with delivering for today. But the board should be looking beyond the horizon. That is why we say that, yes, risk management is operational because it is about making sure that today we don't bring down the ship. But it is also strategic because beyond the horizon, someone must have a sense of the things that must be in place to ensure that we can cope with the future we cannot see. Donald Rumsfeld famously said, we have no knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. The board's job is to deal with the unknown unknowns, if it is ever possible. Hallelujah. But then at the same time, this is our view. This is our view. It is a simplified version of the long one that I'm going to share with you. So don't worry, look at the two together. This is Old Testament, and now I'm doing the New Testament. Principle 1 from the Institute of Directors South Africa, who commissioned the King Report, and I love it. For me, it is like a little Bible. The first principle is that lead ethically and lead effectively. Know the right thing to do it, and do it well. Do it consistently, not because there are some cameras about today. Recently, the Greater Accra minister has been applauded, but his applause is a signal of organizational failure, because so many people who should have done so many things have not done it. And so it takes a regional minister to go. Recently, the Minister for Roads was in the news because somebody is building a house on a waterway. Who failed? Not the minister. Should he be there? No, ideally not. I worry even for his blood pressure. But he has to be there because somebody is not leading effectively. Second principle. The governing body should govern the ethics in a way that supports the establishment of an ethical culture. And again, the ethics is typically a set of rules, isn't it? We will write them down. We will inscribe them into a book. But once it becomes an ethical culture, it means that day in, day out, occasion, the members of the organization are living the values and they are demonstrating it through their behavior all the time. So the board has a responsibility to ensure that this code is not a document, but it is a way of life. The third principle, the governing body should ensure that the organization is seen to be responsible, to be a responsible corporate citizen. What does that mean? That takes me back to the triple bottom line. A responsible corporate citizen does not damage the environment. A responsible corporate citizen does not harm society by their actions. You just imagine if a state bank collapses. What would happen? Thank God that when the financial sector cleanup began, no state-owned bank had to be collapsed. Imagine if listed state-owned bank collapsed. So that is what I mean. Be a responsible corporate citizen. It's not only when we do corporate social responsibility that we are good corporate citizens, but good corporate citizenship means don't do damage. Do not do damage. Fourth, the governing body should appreciate that the organization's core purpose, its risks and opportunities, strategy, business model, performance, and sustainable development are all inseparable elements of the value creation process. So you can well imagine that, hypothetically, there's a Ghanaian Airways, and somebody believes that just by the fact that we buy new aircraft, we have an airline. Does an aircraft make an airline? No. I am always proud when I talk about Ethiopian Airlines, Kenyan Airways. These are African-run airlines that have endured. I used to be very proud of South Africa Airways until it floundered. But it's coming back, and hopefully it will survive. So remember that no one element can stand on its own, but all the elements have to work together to ensure that value creation is a sustainable business. The business of the business is that the value creation process must be sustainable. The fifth principle, the governing body should ensure that reports issued by the organization enable the stakeholders to make informed assessments of its performance. And this is where I talked about the disclosure. Because if things are happening in an organization and stakeholders do not understand, stakeholders do not have a basis to question, how does the organization itself ensure that it is on its toes? If your business becomes being opaque, and your glory is that nobody knows what is going on, and you can always tell people you don't understand. Well, good governance is not for you to tell the stakeholder you don't understand. Good governance is for you to be able to transparently explain, take feedback, and allow your organization to respond in a way that makes stakeholders feel that they have a voice. I'll give you a state-owned entity on this very continent that nearly brought a country to its knees. ESCOM, the equivalent of ECG in Ghana, right? It nearly brought South Africa to its knees. Why? Because nothing about it was transparent. Everything about it was opaque. And it nearly brought the country to its knees. Can you imagine if the power sector collapses? We have had problems. We've had doomsday, etc., etc. But we are a far cry away from the whole productive sector breaking down because power is not reliable. So we have ways to go, but it means that we must ensure that transparency is a hallmark. Remember the values-based system charts that I showed. Honesty, integrity, and transparency. Those are the only ways that leadership can say that it is also leading with conscience. All right, so I go on. The governing body should serve as the focal point and custodian of corporate governance in the organization. Don't hand over your power and your responsibility to an individual or to an entity. Don't say, minister said. Because minister is not the person who has the fiduciary duty to run the organization on behalf of government. He has a policy role, and his policy role puts him in a certain arena. But you are responsible. So you cannot say minister said. In fact, the code says it now. You cannot say that because I was directed. You can, please, DG, this one you support me. You can no longer say I was directed. The question is, in fact, now the standard is, what did you know? And what should you have known? That's now the standard. What should you have known? So I was directed is no longer tenable. And DG is very happy about that, I know. So those of you who are hoping to say I was directed, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. 7, the governing body should comprise the appropriate balance of knowledge, skills, experience, diversity, and independence. Independence because there will always in an SC be people who must be appointed as employees of government. So they will come in there as employees of the central government. That's fine. But they are still obliged under law to exercise independent thought and judgment and action when they sit as a board member. But there must always also be people whose independence is unquestionable. And in our internal conversations, we've had all these discussions about whether politically exposed persons. There's nothing wrong with being politically exposed as an individual sitting on the board. But it is your ability to act independently that is important. Is that fair? Because so many people are politically exposed, but it doesn't mean that they cannot exercise independent judgment when they must do so. And it actually is to our benefit if people, albeit politically exposed, can demonstrate that when appointed to these boards, they will behave in an independent manner and not make the whole process of a board laughable. It is actually part of our responsibility to ensure. You remember I talked about credibility? Exactly. So being exposed actually gives you a double responsibility. First, to do the right thing, but to make sure that the process remains credible. Okay, I'll move on. Unless there are any questions, I'll take questions if you have any. Yes, sir. So please remember to introduce yourself for the benefit of your colleagues.
I'm Reverend Osei, Director of the Ministry of Western Housing. Can there be a situation where we have a normal politically exposed people and also certain individuals who will independently apply, to be part of board members, where they can actually be independent and can have their opinions during board meetings?
So I think SIGA is ahead of you on that one, because SIGA has talked about creating some sort of a role where competent people, knowing what it takes to be a director in a particular sector or entity, can apply to have their CVs on the role, and then when opportunities arise, SIGA can then say, okay, entity A, we have these 20 names. You are looking for 2 people. We have 20 well-qualified, independent people. Take a look and you can go ahead. On the other hand, the board can, in its own right, go out and seek other applications. But always making sure that at least the standard of a director, the quality of the CV of a director is in conformance with whatever framework SIGA has put in place. So SIGA is thinking along those lines as well.
Yeah, because in India, something like that is happening. In India, I've been there and I learned about corporate governance, and some of these things happen there. And they are doing well. Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's an interesting question. It exposes us to that we must get hold of and see we can apply it here. Corporate governance, rocket science. It's not rocket science. It's practiced almost everywhere. But there are good ones and there are bad ones. We must look at the good ones and the best and take it and implement it with our local content and how we also work here. This question about politically exposed, it's so key that, as Dr. Ishmael Jansen said, a CEO can take advantage. There was a serious business of the organization. Say, oh, I've been called by the president, I'm off. Oh, the chief of staff is calling me. Or the minister. I mean, they can take advantage. Yeah, sometimes they call them, so they must go. But do they have to? Do they have to? When the call comes, can't you say, Minister, wait, I have a board meeting today. Can we rearrange it? Well, can I see you after work? You're laughing, you see? Because you are politically exposed. And they appointed you, or didn't they? So you see, somebody will say you are a koliko. A koliko. But you've been appointed to go and run an entity and make it profitable and make it work. Raise the standard. Yet you are looking at your back and people are concerned about you, or you don't know. They wish you have been removed and they come. Or you don't know. Because that is the kind of environment we are operating in. Unfortunately for us, our constitution is it. Is it? We drew a constitution of the republic and gave all powers to one person. You see, we seem to have forgotten all these things. Sometimes when you speak that way, people say, oh, so what? They should give their power to you. No, I'm not saying that. But we can improve on it. We can, constitution is difficult, maybe making amendments and changes, and it will take a while. But can't we make some improvements by suggesting, by cajoling the powers? can say, and they are human beings, they reason, they think, they know the times are changing. I'm gladdened by the president's own approach, President Akufo-Addo. I am bold in the way I talk because I read his mind. When he started by opening up election of DCs and MMDCs, I thought, hang on a second, maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about. So I went to him and we discussed it. I said, Mr. President, I was once a local government minister. And in our constitution, our manifesto in the MPP in 2000, we had inserted it, we would encourage the election of DCs. So I came to the local government minister and I went to my president then, President Kufuor. I said, Papa, I've come to realize this one we haven't tackled it. Can we start something on election of MMDCs? And then he pulled me aside quietly. He says, you don't know what you are talking about. You want us to go and elect MMDCs? Good idea. We thought about it, but practically cannot work. I said, yes. He says, imagine you go for an election and you lose the whole of the Volta region, for instance, or the whole of the north, some part, for instance, as an example. And then the DC, who is not your color party, that's his own thing, because he's also looking at power at some point for his party. So you give him something, he claims credit. If you don't take something from him, he blames you. Complex. So relax, we will get the balanced thing through. Let's do a lot of, which was good. Let's go through the consultation. This is what we're doing. So I went to President Akufo-Addo, and before then, I called my counterpart in the opposite party. I can tell you, I don't hide though. These are open, you can ask them, they'll tell you. Because that is the fact. If we confront the facts and honestly, we can improve on this country's governance. So I called Kwame Nahoi. I said, Munia, this DC election, what do you think? I said, you know. Hey, why? Oh, how? I'm keen. I said, oh, it's you too, exuberance. At that time, I was about 40-something. Now I'm over 60, so I've calmed down a bit more. So I realized but you see, for President Akufo-Addo to back, tells me this man is prepared to give up power. He's prepared to open up. He's prepared to be transparent. He's an open man. He's a Democrat. He wants to move the next step. So if we are talking about powers of the Constitution, which gives him power to appoint the CEOs and board, so that the politically exposed people can be freed a little bit. Are you with me? I'm encouraged that he would listen. So we've started the process of the framework, consultation. It will come to you at some point. Recently when I gave the interview and it hit the headlines last week, some of my people, my party people, said, I said, you so advertising. MPP for one brofo. You're going to. I said, hang on a second, you haven't listened to the argument well. So one person appointing, is that the solution? So for instance, let's assume that an MPP person who is equally qualified is in somewhere in Boko or in Kasape or woman no good. I bet you know where woman no good is. It's a town in Asankrego somewhere, woman no good. These days when they removed the woman and they said no good. Because people criticize them. So they are being politically correct. They say no good. But those of us who know, the real name of the town is woman no good. So somebody is in no good. He's an MPP, all right. He's qualified, all right. But with one power, and those of us closer to the president to look at our classmates, our friends, and we send them CEO, MD, go. So what happened to the MPP man in woman no good? How does he know we are even sharing the CEOs? How does he know? So if we open it up and advertise, In fact, they are more encouraged even to send the applications more than the defeated party who has not even, they are crying and weeping and wailing and they think about the next election. They're not thinking of positions now. Don't you get the argument? So it is part of improving our governance structure so that people go into business to run government business or the state entity, they have a clear mind. Yes, authorities are there, power is there, leaders are there. Even if I'm working as an independent person and my uncle comes and says, Asabi, the way you are doing things, I don't like it, or it's not good, I would think about it. I would ship. Are you with me? I have to listen to you. One or two things I don't know. The same thing the president calls me and says, this way. I'll listen. The same thing Kufuor said, you do the DC now. I double-checked and I realized it's true, so I stopped it. Are you with me? Let's get to the area where we can be our own person, and then you are moved into to accomplish a role and a mandate. You do it with your heart, with your mind, with your commitment, and deliver. And when you go home one day, you point to the success story and say, I was part of this. I helped to change the fortunes of Ghana for the better. Thank you.
Good governance handling. We've had a peaceful changeover of power. The mic is back with me. Wonderful. So, may I have the presentation? Excellent. Thank you. So, the role that SIGA is thinking about will allow any Ghanaian who believes that they are competent and capable to apply, to be on that role, and then as a specified entity, you'll have a call it a one-stop shop where you can go find the right name, the right competency, and say, yes, we'd like to interview these 3 people or these 6 people from the role, or go out of it and bring people as well. As an independent board, you have every right to do so, but it facilitates your work. It facilitates your work, and it reduces the issue of political exposure. There's a sweet one that I always talk about, that I will reserve it for later. Now, the governing body should ensure that the evaluation of its own performance and that of its committees, the chair, the members, support continuous improvement. Why is this principle particularly important? Because in many SEs, you find people who go onto the board and say, President brought me. So why do you think that you have any right to evaluate my performance? I was brought here by the ultimate power. But you were brought there by the ultimate power, and you become subject to a good governance process that requires that your contribution to the effectiveness of the board is assessed. So the fact that the president brought you should not ever mean that your contribution should not be assessed. If you are ineffective, you ought to go. And it's the responsibility of the board chair to ensure that every member of the board, including the chair themselves, is contributing. In the code, it talks about the number of boards you can serve on. Why do you want to sit on 6 SE boards? How will you even devote the right amount of time? Quarterly meetings are held at about the same time. AGMs are held about the same time. You need to devote enough attention, enough skill, enough diligence to studying these documents before you go to a shareholders meeting. And you are on 6 boards. How are you going to deliver quality to the entity? So immediately you know that your duty of care is compromised, isn't it? And therefore, the code says, check your own, the principle is check your own effectiveness, check your own performance and contribution as a member of a board regularly. There are big evaluations that are done every 2 to 3 years by external parties, but at least internally, do a simple 360-degree evaluation that is dispassionate as a group sitting on a board. The 10th principle, the governing body should ensure that the appointment of and delegation to management contribute to role clarity and effective exercise of authority, the board is responsible for setting direction. But the board may delegate the preparation of certain documents to the management for its consideration. But it should never be that because it delegated, management takes a decision and runs away with it without going back to the board for authority. Simple things, annual budgets. Because the annual budget is approved, does not mean that you can go and make capital expenditure without going back to the board for approval, right? But it has happened before. I still remember a case where someone printed 50 years worth of stationery. Do you remember that story? 50 years worth of stationery. That is capital expenditure beyond capital expenditure, right? Exactly. But somebody did it. And there was a board. And when the matter came up, there was a lot of finger pointing. The core of the issue is that a situation was allowed where someone went beyond their bounds. I don't know what became of that case. The governing body should govern risk in a way that supports the organization in setting and achieving strategic objectives. Risk is always about sometimes known situations that you prepare contingencies. Sometimes also about unknown situations that you try to estimate and therefore prepare response to in the event of it happening. But if you don't understand your risk, you can't also go ahead and set your strategic direction as an organization. I always tell the story of Nokia. Nokia used to make paper, ordinary A4 sheet paper. How did Nokia transition into a technology company? Because they understood that the world of being, how should I put it, competitive as a business, being effective and productive as individuals was going to shift from paper to digital instruments. So if you were about facilitating communication and creativity by the world of paper, and the world is going to move to a point where artists will draw on a computer. Now, there are art pieces that only exist in the digital world. There's no physical expression of them. And they sell for millions. So if you are not ready to transition into that world, and they made a bold step, how many paper companies transitioned into digital businesses? So you need to understand the future. It's gone through many life phases, but the product exists, and it continues to endure. So boards must also look far into the future, make some important decisions about where the entity, the specified entity needs to position itself to address the future risks that lie ahead of it or exist in its reality. The 12th principle, the governing body should govern technology and information, again, in a way that supports the achieving of strategic objectives. Why is that so? I talked about what happened when COVID came, and some churches didn't have technology. And some churches had technology. Some state enterprises had the technology to be able to respond, and some did not. What happened when we closed the banking halls? Some banks were still able to transact fairly without disruption because they had good banking apps. What happened? Who was the biggest gainer? Mobile money, isn't it? Yes, all of a sudden, because you couldn't go out. In Kenya, home delivery exploded. In Ghana, home delivery exploded. So if you didn't have the technology to allow you to make the transition, then you were stuck. Principle 13, the governing body should govern compliance with applicable laws and adopted non-binding rules standards in a way that supports, again, the organization's ability to be ethical and to be a good corporate citizen. This one, straightforward, right? Okay. Because you need to pay your tax. Even as an SE, you need to pay your tax. Don't delay the payment forever because it's the same consolidated fund or whatever it is that people say. The last three. The governing body should ensure that the organization remunerates fairly, responsibly, and transparently. This is a big issue particularly in the public service. that a lot of times the remuneration does not match the responsibility that sits on the person, does not match their capacities, either that it is too low or it's too high. I rarely hear people say that I'm fairly remunerated. There's silence when there's overcompensation, there's a hue and cry when there's undercompensation. But more importantly, the remuneration must be transparent. So the code makes a requirement that directors' remuneration and the remuneration of senior people from the organization who sit on the board must be part of the annual declarations, the annual reports that the organizations submit, so that there is an enhanced amount of transparency. The governing body should ensure that the assurance services and functions enable the effective control environment. And here I go back to internal audit. Because it is all the internal audit, the quality assurance processes in the organization. You need to ensure that these things are well resourced, that they have the right skill level, competency level, they are independent enough, they have the teeth to bite and ensure that the organization is well behaved at the end of the day. And lastly, in the execution of its governance and responsibilities, the governing body should adopt a stakeholder-inclusive approach. Right from the beginning, we talked about the fact of engaging with stakeholders. All these principles come to naught if stakeholders feel that they do not have the right voice. So that stakeholder-inclusive approach ensures, balances the needs, the interests, and the expectations of material stakeholders in the best interest of the organization over time. I will continue. If you have any thoughts, comments, questions, note them because we need to speed up a little bit. We have a governance landscape. It begins with the acts of parliament that establish our SEs and the governance frameworks that are built to ensure that they are well run. Then you also have government's expectations and political priorities. There was talk at some point of divesting entities like ECG. That was a government priority, right? It was something that was expressed as a political priority. Then there's the organization's own strategic objectives and how those respond to the culture around us and the stakeholder network the organization must deal with. All these three levels have implication for the governing body, for the board of the organization, and for the senior team in the organization in how they practice governance in superintending the affairs of the entity. Now that ecosystem that ecosystem has different players. Clearly, the office of the president sits atop it. DG talked about the constitution and the powers that it confers on the holder of the office of the president. Then there's a ministry that is assigned to oversee the sector. Then there are parliamentary committees that scrutinize our work through the Public Accounts Committee at the end of every year. That goes back to the main house, the full house. Now you also have SIGA. But then, for some entities, Bank of Ghana also plays a role. For public companies, the Stock Exchange, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and other entities, GRA, PPA, EPA, and every other three-letter acronym that exists. They all play a role in the governance ecosystem because the board must have relationship and a way of interfacing with all these to ensure that its actions promote wealth creation, promote stability, and promote a winning mentality within the organization and in the country at large. Chairman made reference to Rwanda. Today, after all the chaos, there's a winning mentality because the governance ecosystem is working relatively well. When Magufuli was elected president, a sea change took place in Tanzania. And what happened was that the governance ecosystem began to change. And that affected the mentality. The ordinary Tanzanian began to believe that it was possible to effect the right kinds of change. So all these things together have to work. The board has to work with all these things, all these legal entities to ensure that it is effective. But then also you come to the social constituents. You cannot run away from your employees. You face them every single day. You cannot get away from suppliers. You cannot get away from customers. You cannot get away from civil society or the public interest groups. You cannot get away from the NGOs. You have to deal with them. They do not have a legal power over the board, but their voice counts. This is where engagement becomes crucial, and the success of the organization and how it interfaces and relates to all these social constituents becomes really critical. In one of the slides that that we talked through, we spoke about dealing with the stakeholders in a manner that allows them to feel that they are fairly treated, to feel that you are transparent. So you can well imagine if the NGOs do not believe that there's transparency. Today, there's a debate going on with GNPC, right? And the ACA deal. Why did NGOs feel that they needed to write a public letter? It doesn't mean anything wrong has been done, but it just means that the engagement that happened prior to the letter did not leave them satisfied. It did not leave them satisfied to the point where they only felt that a public, an open letter was the way to go. It does damage to the reputation of the entity, and yet nothing wrong may have been done. So it is important. It is just important. All right, so I talked about the engagement with stakeholders and what that means. At the end of the day, with stakeholders, it's about expectations. Government is a stakeholder, it's a big stakeholder, and it has expectations. What are these expectations? The first one is that there must be value and wealth creation. Government did not establish all these SEs just so that you would delight in losing money year in, year out. I doubt it. The whole purpose was that you would contribute some value, whether it is cash value or social value, but certainly it was important. So how do you respond to that? You respond to that by having a very clear, ambitious, audacious vision, mission, and strategy, a set of strategies as an organization. It is the board's responsibility. These things are not the responsibility of anyone but the governing body, but the board. The second thing is that make sure that not only have an audacious vision, but design and implement policies that will actually ensure that you will be successful in creating value and wealth. And thirdly, ensure that the policies and plans are implemented. There is no joy in saying we shall and leaving the matter closed at we shall. There has to be an implementation. And if the board does not oversee implementation, the board has failed. If the board has an ambitious plan but is unable to attract the right amount of resources to the organization, the board has failed. The second issue has to do with stability. We are all aware of what happened in Tunisia when the economy failed, isn't it? A young man took a gallon of petrol, poured it on himself, set himself alight, and what was the result? The whole state was turned upside down. And to this day, Tunisia is still not recovered. Still not recovered. So the stability of the state is critical. Egypt, the price of bread went up, and there was chaos. The price of bread. And bread is like a controlled item in Egypt. It's so crucial. It's a controlled item. So you can well imagine when a state entity fails. In Ghana, thankfully, the bread people are not state-owned, so bread will never cause the failure of the state in Ghana. But you just imagine issues like water. When we went into COVID and all of that. So it is critical. So contributing to strong economic performance is something that the boards must understand, must take ownership of, and must live. Secondly, ensuring that there's social and political cohesion. I'm not saying that SEs are political appendages, but as a body politic, we need cohesion in this country. And a failed economy certainly will not allow us that space. Thirdly, to foster a winning mentality. I talked about the Rwanda example. I've talked about the Tanzania example. The flip side to that is what we saw in South Africa, where at the end of the day, the commentators were all saying the issue was not political. The issue was about people feeling disenfranchised. They had no stake in the society. They had no stake in the economy. So let's ban everything. So we need to have a winning mentality in the organization and in the society generally, and that means we must institutionalize a culture of performance, a culture of accountability, and ensure that as a country, we have some clear areas where our country and its industry stand at the forefront globally. Do you know and do you believe that in the whole world, when it comes to the manufacture of gloves, Malaysia is the biggest country in the world, the most important country in the world. Gloves, nobody thinks about it. But if you want surgical gloves, examination gloves, disposable latex gloves today, the go-to country is Malaysia. It has a clear global competitiveness in that area. Never mind microchips. Because if you are dying of COVID, what good is your chip? You need gloves. And it has a global leadership in that area. So what is our global leadership as Ghana? And which state entity or network of entities are going to create some a distinctive global competitiveness for Ghana? I leave it to the SEs to decide. Compete amongst yourself. I'll shift. And I'll go to the practice now of good governance, a little bit of focus. This is the architecture. Yes, ownership is vested in the president, is delegated to the ministry or to SIGA. For some entities, if you take GASEM, for example, it is a JV. The state's equity is held by the Ministry of Finance. But ultimately, we've created SIGA so that SIGA will hold these equities, whether it is solely owned or it's a JV. So the ownership, at the end of the day, in terms of the equity, sits with the ministry. But then the owners delegate strategic responsibility for the strategic environment, the strategic leadership to a statutory board led by a chairman. And their job is to make sure that they respond to all the statutory requirements, the fiduciary and non-fiduciary obligations, and give strategic direction to the organization. And when that job is done, it rolls into the area of strategic planning, which is led by a chief executive working together with an executive team. Their job now is to make sure that they translate the vision into action. Translate the vision into action. Their job is not to set the vision, it's to translate it into action. Their job is to ensure that they are coordinating amongst themselves. Their job is to ensure that they are monitoring and evaluating their own performance. Their job is to ensure that they are developing the skills, the competencies, and ensuring that the capabilities of management and the whole organization are top-notch. Their job is to ensure that the organization has the best relationship with all of its stakeholders, and so on and so forth. Every layer of leadership in the organization has a clear set of responsibilities for some aspect of the governance process, and the rules and duties are also set out. So there shouldn't be a situation where this common feature of CEOs at war with their board chairs, and board chairs circumventing to talk to executive teams directly, and executive team members, even functional team members, having more access to the board than sometimes even their own directors. DG said it. They are hoping that you will be moved so that they will come. But if this role clarity is respected, you will have more space, more harmony in the SEs to enable the boards to be more effective and the organizations at the end of the day to be more effective in delivering on their mandates. I will allow Dr. Yamson to say a few words on this particular slide.
How many board members are here? Can I see by hand?
Board members.
Board members. 1. How many chairmen or potential chairmen are here? 0. How many CEOs are here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6. You have done very well. How many executive senior managers are here? Plenty, right? This is an area that always creates problems in a lot of state enterprises. And the issue is very simple. Most of the time, the CEO will be appointed sometime 9 months or 12 months before the board is appointed. So the CEO would have been running the show for 9 months to 1 year before the chairman and his board arrives. Within that period, the CEO would have established clear relationship with the minister, with the president's office, with the chief of staff, with this. And there's always chaos. But there should not be chaos so long as we understand the roles and responsibilities at each level. The board is responsible for setting direction, making sure that governance is impeccable. The chairman of the board has no business, and I repeat, no business, going to talk to a senior manager without passing through the CEO. It should never happen. In a well-governed company or institution, it shall never happen. I mean, I've been in chairman of MTN for, I'm in my 11th year, and hardly, and I mean it, hardly have I spoken to any senior manager without first talking to the CEO and asking his permission to talk to and telling him why I want to meet the person. And even that is 1 in a million times. So you have to respect the role of the CEO, and the CEO must respect the role of the chairman of the board. Because you own the governance portfolio. So you have every right to talk to the CEO about everything. But don't start going from the level at the block and come to execution level and talk to people there. And I've seen in places where then the staff start writing letters to the chairman and reporting their director. And the chairman, if you do that to me, I'll just go and hand over the letter to the CEO. I won't do anything about it. But there's some chairmen that are very happy inviting people to come to their home. Otherwise, how would they feel that they are chair? But only it means that they just don't understand their role as chairman. And I wish one day I have an opportunity to tell how to become a successful chairman. Because your role as a chairman is important, absolutely important, very critical. But if you misuse your role, you will kill the organization. And so are the CEOs. You must know that you have a role to play. You have a boss above you. You have a team of board members. Deal with them. But you two don't go below the green line and go to the level line there. Let everybody understand their roles and responsibilities. Because governance is an interesting thing. If you apply it properly, it will yield good results. If you misapply it, you get the consequences. And I know sometimes even the government themselves are guilty. Because I have seen situations where governments have taken action. I pick a phone, I call the chairman and say, I don't know anything, but I'm also hearing it on radio. But it's the same government that put the board there, and the same government that appointed the CEO. And sometimes they play the CEO against the board. So just understand that if you play your role well, and you insist that everybody play their role, then the organization will prosper. It's very key. The CEO's role and that of the chairman and the board should not be antagonistic.
Thank you very much. Right, so we move on. Right. Yeah, we'll do a Q&A, so don't worry. Yeah, just note it. Right, so we move on and we, sorry, pardon me. So we move on this issue of practice to look again at the matter of the new culture. At the end of the day, the new culture is going to require certain elements. One, a new kind of leadership. We've transitioned from a State Enterprises Commission now to a State Interest and Governance Authority. And one of the big leadership tasks is what we are involved in today, the development and the continual review of the Code of Governance that will help us to be successful as specified entities. But the boards, at the end of the day, are the ones who must embed the code in the culture of the organization and ensure that the living of the code becomes the identity of the SE, of all the SEs. Whatever SE you find yourself leading, make the code come to life in that organization. Secondly, for everybody who is in an SE, it requires you to understand what new values and what new behaviors would form the bedrock of this identity. Central to it for us is value addition. We are not here to be like the servant who buried the talent and said, Master, I know you're a wicked person, so I've buried your talent, take your thing back. That is not the function we are supposed to play. We are supposed, as people in SEs, to actually drive a process of adding value to. We shouldn't run it into a loss and then go back and ask government to inject more money, and then say that, well, because you told me to do A, B, C, D, and E, that's why we made a loss. So, don't worry, just go and find a little bit more money and bring it back. As one public servant famously said to me, well, the sector is big, so when you make an error, we just add it to your tax, and then you give us back money to correct the error. There's no sense that we are actually here to do something radically different and better. But that is the new culture that you need to bring to life. Again, it should also be people-centered. Governance needs to evolve with people across the organization in an interactive way. Why is this important? Because you cannot leave your people behind. We cannot write this code and not find a way to translate it and make it real for the people in an organization. It cannot sit in the boardroom. It cannot sit in the CEO's office or the CE's office. It has to become real for everybody across the organization. And everybody across the organization should be able to inform how we develop it. But even better, the code exists as a macro document. But once you as SEs translate that into your reality, every function needs to have its own governance. Because people in procurement, thankfully, they have the PPA Act. What should people in HR do? Should they have a little rule book that guides their behavior as HR practitioners in an organization? Surely, certainly they must. So each organization must take the code and add to it in such a manner that every function and every key part of that organization also has its own specific governance guidelines, so that not just are we responding to the general code, but we have clear guidelines and rules that the board has endorsed for the organization. The last part is new skills, new competencies, new capabilities. Yes, people must be empowered because they are given the right skill. I talked about what happens when people don't have the skill and the competency, or they have it and they don't have the environment to practice it. So empower people with the right skills and competencies across the SEs. It shouldn't be like it used to in the old days. If you don't do well in school, then you go to do nursing. Or you don't do well in school, you join the police service. No, the best people must be found across the public service. In the same way, it is important for every SE to develop industry-specific technologies, and those are the capabilities that allow you to execute your mandate. So if you're in the banking sector, or you're in the power sector, or you're in the health sector, just see to it that you are well and truly able in this digital age to be effective. What does that mean? It means that we who find ourselves leading the boards must first think about what change must happen in ourselves, in how we think about leadership, in how we express leadership, in how we ensure that the code is not just a set of rules, but becomes a lived culture. It means that we have to think about how to transform the mindset of our teams, the mindsets of our people, so that we can have transformed organizations. If the leaders don't change, you can't change the people. If the people don't change, the organization cannot itself deliver value afresh. So it is really important to think of the culture on these three levels. The new leadership, the new values, the new skills must lead to a transforming of the board and how it operates, a transforming of the teams, the key teams in the organization, and then the way the organization itself impacts the society, impacts the environment, impacts value creation, wealth creation in the country, can also now undergo transformation. But underpinning this is the effectiveness of the board. It begins with the interpersonal relationships. So how do we ensure that as a board, there's an alignment and an understanding and a clarity about what my role is, as opposed to what I think my role is? There are people who go onto a board, and like I said, they feel that I have better connection to the minister, therefore. And yet, the board needs to act in a cohesive, coherent manner to set policy direction for to set the strategic direction for the organization. Yes, the minister is responsible for policy. But at the end of the day, you take that from minister, you translate it into what the vision, the mission, the organization, and the strategy for the organization should be, and you must work together. That means you have to manage relationships well. The second thing is that behaviors must be constructive. You cannot absent yourself from board meetings without consequence, but people do, and it's because I have some sort of a link and a connection. And then again, the effectiveness of directors in the process of making decisions. That is another issue that has to be at the forefront of the consideration of the board and particularly of the chair, to ensure that these three things, the alignment of the roles, the constructive behavior of all members, and the effectiveness of everybody in contributing to the decision-making that happens in the organization is top-notch. The second part has to do with the structure. The first issue of composition is simply the numbers. Is the board comprised of enough people to be effective? Does it have too many people that it has become unwieldy? I know of one governing body that has 23 members. How do 23 members superintend an organization? That is even bigger than the law requires the cabinet of Ghana to be. That's 19, isn't it? So when a small entity has 23 governing body members, you know there's a problem. So the number is critical. And part of the board's role or the chairman's role is to interact with SIGA, with the ministry, and ensure that the right number of people are put on the board. Again, the balance of gender, of skills, of competencies, of knowledge and experience, that is critical and crucial. Then the clarity about the role of the chairperson and the members is the other part of the structure of the board that needs to be clarified. At this point, I just want to give you a breather and play a small video for you. The person driving the presentation, can you click on the title, Board Dynamics, and play the video that comes up for me? Sorry, is the video not happening? Just click on Board Dynamics. Hi. Just click on it. Okay. Anyway, whilst that piece of technology is being resolved, let me say this. At the end of it all, the boardroom dynamics, the boardroom dynamics issue falls squarely as a responsibility of whoever is leading the board. The chairman is key, and the chairman must lead. The issues of balance lie in the lap of the chairman. It is the chairman who should look at the board and say, yes, I have the right balance. And if you don't have the right balance, address it. Okay, I think the video is now happening. Okay, they were solving it, so let me continue. It is for the chairman to ensure that nobody has unfettered power on that board. We've talked about the issue of conflict between CEOs and chairmen. The first control is on the chairman themselves. Make sure that you transform your own mind and your own behavior, and ensure that nobody else on your board is going to behave out of line. Make sure that appointments to your board are based on merit and not as a reward, and that your board is fit for purpose. The opening paragraph of the code now talks about the fact that the non-performance of the boards could be attributed to unmeritorious appointments, and that going forward, SIGA will help to ensure that this now does not occur. Okay, let me pause here for the video to run. Please blow it up to fill the screen.
First of all, you have to know and you have to believe that good leadership makes a crucial difference. You can have the best group in the world, but unless they can, amongst themselves, muster a leadership team whom they trust, who are capable, who are able to organize them, inspire them, and take them forward, I think their capabilities will be limited, and the group may not even hold together. So good leadership makes a vital difference. Secondly, if you're in a leadership position, you have to seek out and make full use of others who know more than you do. There is more things in heaven and earth than you can possibly encompass, even the most capacious mind. You cannot know it all. You must depend on others who know more about many things than you do, and be able to tap them and be able to get them to work for you and to put them together in order to get a coherent overall reaction. I talk about COVID-19, but this is really what you must do in many, many situations. Thirdly, you have to be prepared for surprises and setbacks. You can do the right thing, you can make the best decision, but things can easily turn out differently, and you have to be prepared for that psychologically. Well, you made the best bet, it didn't work. Let's play the cards from where they are. And it will happen again and again. And when that happens, that leads me to my last point. When that happens and you're in a tough spot, you have to think, this is my duty, focus on it. You're here, you're in this leadership position, you have a responsibility. Your responsibility is to your country or your organization or to your followers to solve the problem, to keep them safe, to lead them out into a brighter, better spot. And focus on that. Just do that. There may be retribution to come. There may be a lot of unhappiness later on. You may get no credit for what you're doing. Doesn't matter. You have a duty, fulfill it, and that's why you're there.
Thank you. Please, let's go back to the presentation. I took something away from this video and I just played it so that you would appreciate the fact that you may get no credit, but it is your duty, so fulfill it. Because particularly for those people that we've talked about and we say you are politically exposed, people may have put you there expecting that you do things a certain way. But then your duty as a board member does not allow you to do those things. You may get no credit, but fulfill that duty because it is your responsibility. Hi. I know. We'll get there. There's only about 60 more slides and then we go for lunch. So. Hey, you see, they took me right back to the beginning, so 60 more slides. See how kind I am? Right. One last thing, and then we deal with the last two slides, and then we go for lunch. Remember that whatever is happening, however we place a huge and onerous responsibility on the board chair, you are going to have to work together to make decisions. But the Companies Act today, and every director of an SE is subject to the Companies Act. It says that the decisions are collective, but the liability is individual. Remember, I was directed is no longer an argument. So the liability is individual. So please protect yourself. As a board member, the code says you have every right to seek a third opinion, an external opinion. Even if the management says A, the board has a right to bring to advise it any third party that it deems fit. That's what the code allows you to do. So discharge your duty meticulously with diligence. And ensure and remember that you must do it that way, because in the end, the only person accountable and liable is you as an individual, not the collective, not the minister who directed, and certainly not the president. We are not in France yet, so presidents don't go to jail for doing the wrong things yet. The last two slides, I'll touch upon this, but I'm sure many of us are conversant. Every director has 4 critical duties: one of good faith, one of care, one of skill, and one of diligence. How do you bring these to the fore and ensure that when you make a decision, when you sign a resolution, when you publish the annual accounts, you can demonstrate that you have lived and practiced each of these 4 duties? We have a simple set of 7 questions that you can use. Have I defined the purpose of this entity and identified the value drivers and the stakeholders in its operation before making the decision? So that addresses the issue of care. Is there any conflict on my part in making this decision versus the interest of the organization? So you deal with good faith and you deal with skill. So you'll be able to apply your best skill. Do I have all the facts to enable me make a rational decision? Both those that you have been given and those that you ought to know, even if you have not been given. That will deal with those who deal with care, skill, and diligence. Then you have, is the decision in the best interest of the entity? Now, is the communication to stakeholders transparent? Because having considered the decision, you will have at some point in time to share the decision and its outcomes and its implications with stakeholders. And is that communication transparent? Will the specified entity be seen as a good corporate citizen, not having done harm? And am I acting as a good steward of the assets of the entity? If you can answer these questions in the positive, you would probably have been able to address all your 4 duties as comprehensively as possible. It's a very simple tool, it's a very simple template that you can fall on anytime decisions, big or small, have to be made. I will pause here because there's another speaker, and then I'll come back to address the particular recommendations that we have on the code. If there's any question before I hand over, please just ask me, and then I'll take my seat and hand over. Yes, sir. Hi, no question. Yeah, please go ahead. National Home Ownership Bank. Okay. Fund. Yes. Okay.
How these is that
Okay. Because of the practice of wholesale removal of boards is why this question is asked. Because under normal the board's term should not be coterminous with that of the appointing authority. I think there's effect. Correct? There's a Supreme Court decision to that effect. But in our practice, we have not made it happen. We are still wholesale sending boards away. But if you read the Companies Act, I think 325 and 327, it says clearly that 1/3 of the board should move at every AGM. So if we are respecting that, then the wholesale replacement will not happen, and the board chair will have an opportunity when 1/3 of the board is being replaced to advise and ensure that the appointing authority brings the kind of people who will ensure that that balance happens. Yep.
This exercise is After the discussions and the code has been finalized, it will be adopted by the government, by SIGA, by all the persons. So going forward, the bad practices in the past will no longer be the practices going forward. So remember, we are moving away from that into a new era of good corporate governance. So the question you ask pertains to today. When it's all finished and when you have made your input, hopefully this will change going forward. Because that's actually the best thing to do, yes? Sorry.
Is there any other, so that, okay, Madam? Can someone give Madam a mic? So
I have one.
Oh, you have one. There's a questioner behind you, and then I'll pause. I will take more questions later.
Thank you very much. My name is Evelyn Arthur, coming from the Public Services Commission. I'm happy that this is a transformation that we are all hoping that will result in good corporate governance, practices of state SE. But I also know that in the SIGA Act, when we talk about specified entities, we're also looking at some regulators that are Article 190 organizations. And for those organizations, the membership of the board is defined in the Act. And so how do we plan to deal with this situation? Because there are establishing acts will define who should be on the board, and the chairman will have very little role to do with regards to membership and maintaining the balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When we looked at the code, one of the things that we recommended was that transition arrangements need to be incorporated. Because specifically in situations like this, there's a need for a rethink of how we compose the boards of some of these regulatory organizations. For example, the code talked about 7 to 9 board members. And we posed the question, the basis of the, around the basis. Like I've said, I know a board that has 23 people sitting there. So what is the basis for recommending even the 7 to 9? There's good practice, which is found in the Companies Act, that at a minimum, an organization that is a public entity should have a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 13. So there is some guidance already. So maybe within, I'm not saying that you are all public entities, but there's some good practice about the composition, the number of people who should sit on a board. So we can go back and using that as a guidance, think about how do we work within the 5 to 13 number, as opposed to the 7 to 9 or the 23 or whatever it may be. So we can think around it and say who are really, really critical to make up this board so that we don't exceed 13, for example, and are not less than 5. So the transition arrangements should help that. We've inserted that. There was a question at the back, Madam. Yes, please. Yeah, I know. Somebody else.
Please consider those of us joining by virtual.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Juliet Okine. I work with the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. My question is about the architecture. You spoke about, from the presidency, I heard SIGA, but I didn't hear the sector ministries. Sometimes it's a little confusing because, I have worked in a company wholly owned by government before. Where the board members have tried to, use the Companies Act and all that to work. And they've had serious issues with the minister. Eventually, the CEO was asked to go. So there's this problem of, now you have SIGA. Entities trying to do what SIGA says they should do, and then you find a sector minister there, also giving instructions. So it becomes a problem, but in the architecture, I didn't see, because the example you used was GASEM, which is a JV. So I didn't see where the sector minister comes in, because, for instance, civil aviation, we are under transport, and we are under SIGA as well.
Okay.
So where do we fall?
Okay. So the sector ministry by law gives the responsibility of setting policy. And that policy is supposed to be given life by way of, in your enabling act, in your establishment, the acts that establish the SEs, you spelled out as the mission of the organization. So you take policy, you translate it into vision, you translate it into strategy. So ideally, the sector ministry should not get into the area of setting strategy for the SE. And that is, if we are practicing good corporate governance, set the policy and allow the board to translate it into a vision and a strategy for the organization, and then the executive team to implement it. And that is what should happen. So ownership in terms of equity is held either by the ministry or by SIGA. They are the equity holders on behalf, acting on behalf of the president, who ultimately holds all the equities. So to your question about where are they don't sit in this framework as I've depicted it here, but they hold the equity. So they exercise their powers as shareholders. At the end of the year, the board should convene a shareholders meeting and should present its accounts either to SIGA as the sole shareholder acting on behalf of government, or the ministry's representative acting as the sole shareholder of government, or to a broader group of shareholders where government is one of the members, or one of the shareholders in a JV. In a JV, it's not going to be just government. So that's where they should come in. The ministry should set their policy. And if they happen to be the sole shareholder, or the shareholder on behalf of government, they come to the shareholders meeting. And if it is SIGA, SIGA will come there as the shareholder at the end of the year. SIGA has a role as an oversight body, but that is quite separate from its role where it holds the shares. The ministry has a role as a policy-making body, distinct from its role as a shareholder if it holds the equity. It just requires that, given the situation, we understand in what capacity the ministry or SIGA is represented. When it is an AGM, they are not there as an oversight body. They are there as a shareholder. But when you are in the normal course of business, SIGA will interact with you not as a shareholder, but as an oversight body. The ministry should interact with you not as a shareholder, but as a policy maker. But that is a very defined space. The trouble is where the policy maker begins to become a player. And even in looking at the code, there were places where we said, no, if you write it this way, SIGA becomes a player. And SIGA is not supposed to be a player except as shareholder at an AGM. That's the only time SIGA should come in as a player. SIGA should not get into the business of advising on strategic inside the organization or matters when it comes to execution of strategy. Otherwise, you start to cross the lines. So we've made some of those recommendations as well. We'll come to that. There's someone online who has a question.
Yeah, that is Kofi Ansah O2. So I was going to suggest if Kofi can hear us, he can ask his question. Kofi Ansah O2.
Thank you very much. In fact, you've had a lengthy conversation concerning SIGA, the government of Ghana, and other things. But then, being a director is a complex, involves a complex job. And we have a recognized institution in Ghana, that is Institute of Directors, who train, educate them, train them to become competent directors. We have not made mention of them this morning. So I would like a speaker to...
Okay. This is what I would say. I think the Institute of Directors is represented here. Part of the duty of every director is to display diligence and skill. So if you are appointed as a director, it behoves on you to interface with the Institute of Directors and acquire the right level of current skills to be able to discharge your two duties of skill and diligence. So it is a responsibility personal to the director. But at the same time, if you go into the code talks about orientation, induction, and annual training for members of the board, so that they will be able to discharge their duty at a very high level. So the code recognizes the need for directors to be top-notch and says that every year the board must agree what training is required. And if that training includes visiting the Institute of Directors to be trained, so be it. But the institute itself is not mentioned specifically in the act, in the code. But the code clearly says that every year, whatever training is required for directors to discharge their duties effectively must be addressed, and they must receive that training, that exposure, that support.
Again, please.
Michael, I think the guy online has a follow-up. If we can allow him.
Right. I'll listen to that.
Yeah. We have various professionals belonging to their respective professional associations. These professional associations regulate and control them as to how they should carry on their profession. I believe that is the reason why the Institute of Directors was established in Ghana. So if directors are not coerced to join this institution, who will be behind them to monitor them as to whether they are doing their work well or not? So I believe all directors, when appointed, should be told to become members of Institute of Directors.
Okay, this falls into the area of recommendation as a stakeholder. So I think that it is for the Institute of Directors at this point in time to engage with SIGA so that some clarity about how it can be of help to directors can be addressed. There's nothing that prevents the Institute from making available to all directors a list of recommended training, etc., or interactions, even on a quarterly basis, to organize something to help directors to perform. Because at this point in time, it is not required by law. But you clearly have a role that can be very positive if you can find the right way to engage with SIGA or to engage with the SCs. So my recommendation is that, in as much as it is not required by law at this point in time, build the right stakeholder engagement that will allow you to impact on directors in a strong and positive manner. But I think the CE is here. I'll allow him to say a few words and then we'll continue.
Thank you very much. My name is Fred Aite, the CEO of Institute of Directors Ghana. Yes, we've started some engagement with SIGA, talking to the SIGA team in terms of having a collaboration between SIGA and the entities and also the Institute of Directors Ghana in areas where there could be training for new boards when they get created, but also to ensure that we have some framework. And so the framework for that to happen, also we have some discussions taking place. In fact, I've been waiting for the appropriate time for us to make a comment.
We are not hearing, please. We are not hearing.
Yes, so what I'm saying is that the reason why IOD, or Institute of Directors Ghana, we are here today, is to support this initiative of what SIGA is doing, the stakeholder engagement, and we having an input into what is happening. And the reality of it is that I've also spoken to the Honorable Minister during the break, and we had some engagement in that direction. So I'd like to put on record that really what is happening, IOD supported and IOD has been involved in ensuring that the next steps, right, that will be taken care of. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So now I will be parliamentary. I will yield to my... Oh, Minister wants to speak.
Then let me be quick, because I understand the AFD director want to. The issue of sector ministers and boards, that is what I want to make a point on. Anybody who followed my vetting may have realized that it came to a halt because the minority said the appointment of a minister of public enterprises is a kind of double oversight, that there are sector ministers oversight the agencies. So why a minister for public enterprises? I provided a fine answer, and I want to share with you. Lines are clearly drawn so far as sector ministers' roles are concerned, and Ministry for Public Enterprises' role and SIGA's role are concerned. Ministry of Public Enterprises oversights SIGA. And why this delineation? Simple. Sector ministers provide the environment, the policies for industry players to perform. Let's take instance of a bank, NIB. The sector ministry and BOG, Bank of Ghana, will provide the policies governing banking, and SEC will provide the environment for the capital market. But NIB, being state-owned, will be in the financial services industry with ABSA Bank, with other banks that are owned by private owners. But all of them will have to comply with sector ministers' policy. Why is it that the ABSAs and the Stand Chart and the rest are performing? That question, if you ask, then we'll begin to delineate clearly the role of SIGA as a shareholder and Ministry for Public Enterprises being interested in what kind of policies that will enable the state-owned enterprises to also perform and compete in the same market. You come to the telecom industry, it is the same. There is policies that is governing the sector and players in there. Some come from private sector with different owners, but all of them will comply with the policies ruled out by the sector minister. So we should just understand that the roles are so clear. One has to do with governance and performance, and one is policy for an environment that is being participated by both private and public enterprises. It is the same market, the same environment. One rules out policies, one that is for technical reasons, and the other to govern in the interest of a shareholder. Those are the clarity I provided. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Michael, kindly write this question down. Madame Francis SCM has a question, but I want you to answer that after we come back from lunch. So, Madame Frances, please, if you can ask your question, Michael will write it down and then answer when we... No, she's here.
I'm right here. Thank you. Michael, I wanted to really ask, listening to all that you've been saying within the past few minutes or so, I realize that it is this structural problem. If we are dealing with meritocracy, I believe that every board member, every chief executive, all state-owned agencies, appointments must be very transparent and open. Advertise through due process, move it through the Public Services Commission, because these are public entities. And then the best are chosen based on merit. But so long as there's political patronage, it ain't going to work anytime soon. Because one, the president is appointing authority. Fine, that is by statute, is by law. But the processes of appointments, SIGA should really look that process carefully. Because people are not fit for purpose. It won't allow the agencies to go on. People come in and feel there's some basket of something. It's like they want a job. Looking at the governance thing, during the feedback time, we'll come to the law and statute, which don't back most of the things you put in there. Because one, how can, excuse me to say, a board of directors be taking retainership? For what? Are they monthly salaried workers? When state agencies are struggling to pay workers, they don't have the necessary funding even to create the industrial and economic hubs which will transform this country. And I think apart from this good governance structure, please, let us avert our minds to a proper structural transformation. Don't put square holes, what do you call it? Don't put square pegs in round holes. Because this thing of, this my girlfriend, my wife, my brother, my sister, then you pack them onto boards. What do they come and do? Go back and gossip, lack of cohesion. So please, I've looked through the document thoroughly over the weekend. And I find out that if, excuse me, with all humility, there is some cut and paste somewhere. Because statutes have been overridden. And I don't think SIGA has the mandate to override statutes and the Constitution. So I think during the feedback session, we'll bring you the, but please, let us go through the process of meritocracy. So if somebody is not fit for purpose, you don't put them there. You're destroying the economy, and you are destroying every good governance practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Frances, and I'm sure you're going to stay around for us to discuss the rest of the document. We're almost going for lunch, but we have a representative of AFD, Mr. Sylvain Rosel, who also has an equally important assignment somewhere and has to go. But he wants to give us a short address before he does that. So please, I give to you Mr. Sylvain Rosel.
Yes, thank you very much for greeting me in this event. Well, I think this event is really a great step in developing capacities of SIGA and in introducing a code of corporate governance in Ghana. I belong to the French Ministry of Economy and Finance, and as you can see on the board, all these works are supported by AFD, the French Agency for Development, and by Expertise France, which is a French agency for technical assistance, as well as by the World Bank. You will notice that AFD and Expertise France are SOEs. In the Ministry of Economy and Finance, as a Controller General, I usually supervise public entities, some like AFD or Expertise France. There are about 400 entities like that we supervise. And of course, we can share some experience. And as a foreigner, I'm here to give some information about trends and best practices. For that, I will emphasize some key points considering a code of corporate governance. I must say that governance of a business, enterprise governance, cannot be rigid. This is impossible. Why? Because it moves naturally as business moves, as the activities of various sectors move, as economy moves, and we have to adapt. And what we can observe is that for about 20 years, the main trend for governance has been to introduce a soft law system, and a code of corporate governance is first a soft law. It means that this is not rigid rules. This is a target. And it means that the businesses, which are supposed to follow a code of corporate governance, will try to meet this target by complying when they can or explaining where they cannot. So this is a system of comply or explain. And by this way, the rules of the code of corporate governance move and are more and more perfect for the businesses. I think this is an important point to understand, because you have to follow the evolution of your code of corporate governance. And it will be reviewed as far as there will have needs to review it. The second point I would like to emphasize is that why governance? Finally, the main idea, I would say everywhere, the important idea is that for the most important decisions, we need collective decision. We need collective decision. Why? Because by a board, by discussion, you are supposed to make the best decision, and also because by the board, by collective decision, you share responsibility. So you make the best decision, and you do not let alone a CEO. This is important too. And how can you make a good collective decision? I think you will all agree that if you have a board very big, with 25, 30, 40 people, it's impossible to discuss. So you need small boards. And I think that you will all agree that in the case of around the table, everyone is the same. There's nothing to discuss. Everyone will say the same thing. So if you want to have a collective decision, you need diversity. So the composition of the board is really an important thing. We need people from various sectors, various positions, able to bring different points of view and to discuss and to cross-examine. And I must say that probably you will agree that to discuss, to make a collective decision, to cross-examine, we need people skillful. We need high skills. You cannot be in a board if you are not experienced, if you have nothing to say. So this is important too, because it's a position where you must bring something. And your colleagues must understand that everyone brings something. And finally, I think you will probably agree at the same time that being in a board requires to give time. Usually we say that in a very normal situation, each meeting of a board requires at least 3 days of work for a member of the board. Why? Because, of course, you have to read the documents, you have to mind about it. Moreover, you have to read a lot, you have to information about the sector, about what happens. You have to think about all the events which happen and which could impact the enterprise, which could impact the business. So it takes time. It's a real job, and of course, this is a job for people who have other positions in various institutions, but you need people who will take their time to make a real job on a board. So I hope you will consider all that, and I'm sure you will do the best, because really, when I see this event and your assembly, I understand that you do very, very well. Thank you very much.
I thought we were clapping. Thank you very much, sir. At this point, we take a lunch break, and then we'll come back to discuss the recommendations. So we can go for lunch. Thank you. We have 45 minutes for lunch. 45. So let's come back in 45 minutes to come and discuss the recommendations. Hello, Michael. Hello. Yeah, I've seen him. Hello, Michael. I think we have to start something whilst we wait for them. Otherwise, we'll never get started. Okay. Hello. Welcome back from lunch. We are sure that you've had something to eat. Of course, something you wanted to eat, you have eaten it. One thing we are not sure of is whether people will be sleeping. But we will try as much as possible to make this interactive as possible so that you don't sleep. So those of you who are having conversations behind, I hope you are with us. Please, we need your attention. So I'm handing over to Michael to take us through, to receive the recommendations from the document that was submitted. Michael, have you received additional inputs aside from the 10 that you said you had received? Okay. But I'm sure maybe some of our colleagues online may have something to add. So I hand over to Michael.
Thank you. Please, can we switch to the presentation? Good afternoon, and thank you for coming back early. For those of us online, this is how we're going to do it. I am first of all going to give an opportunity for you as participants to give your thoughts on a section-by-section basis. And then when we've exhausted that process, we can share our recommendations as well, because we have already made some recommendations to SIGA. But we want you to share your thoughts on the document that was given to you. Please do bear in mind that this process is not being concluded. The code as it stands makes 3 principal references to the SIGA Act, to the Public Services Commission Act, to the Companies Act. But in other places, it references the procurement law, the audit act, etc., etc. Where there's a view about how to make the code more perfect or better aligned to what the existing law says, please do share. But ultimately, there will be an attempt to ensure that the intention that underpins the production of this new code brings all the laws that are relevant into alignment with the culture that we are trying to create going forward. Okay, so may I just open the floor for any comments that have to do with the first section of the Act. So the mic should go around, and any... Which one? Oh, okay, yes. So please, the floor is open to any... If there...
You have a question?
Please, my hand is up.
Ed.
Please, my hand is up. A participant.
Kindly mention your name and go ahead, please.
Yeah. My name is Kofi Ansan Otu. In fact, I work at GOIL. I came to represent GOIL. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, please, we are with you.
Hello. Oh, okay. GOIL is a listed company. Its shares being traded in at the Ghana Stock Exchange. In that position, it means we are also being regulated by Securities and Exchange Commission. in issues pertaining to corporate governance. There's a document right before me, which is headed Corporate Governance Code for Listed Companies, dated 2017. So since then, it has our regulator in this field is Securities and Exchange Commission. Now SIGA comes out with almost the same document that we should go by it. Meaning we are going to submit to two regulators or two masters. In our case, what do you do?
Thank you very much. Where you this?
Hello, I'm not getting you. Please.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a bit better.
Where you are required.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
Hello.
I see you clearly, but yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Keeps going in and out as well.
Yes.
Required, where you are required more than one act.
Oh.
Please, those are the technical team, please. Our microphones, we beg you.
Hello. Okay, maybe it doesn't. Okay. So what we have commented.
It's a bad, please. It's a bad.
Team, please.
Okay, let's push on. What we have.
Please check the connection. I think it's the connection, the signal. No, we've changed the mic severally.
Hello. Beyond. Okay, so what we have recommended is this: public companies, that is listed companies, you have to ensure that you are respecting all applicable law. So you have the SEC law, you have the, you said GOIL, right? So you have the SEC law that you must comply with, you have the Companies Act that you must comply with, and you also have to look at your obligations under the SIGA Act and just make sure that you are in full compliance with all the applicable law. Now, where there is conflict between what is said in one document and the other, then you have to look at what is in the best interest of the organization and make sure that you have negotiated with the regulatory to ensure that, look, your act is saying this and that act is saying that. Because we even saw things like that have to do with the appointment of directors. Services Act says one thing, which is slightly different from what the SIGA Act says. So what to do? It is important that we look at the fact of the conflict and resolve that conflict in how we act, in decision that we make. So I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that the situation is absolutely perfect. It is a living document. And where conflicts arise, it is best for the board, SIGA, and to sit down and look at all the relevant acts and make the best decision, and then ensure that alignment happens going forward. It's going to be a very dynamic period in the transition, during the transition, because all manner of little but important technical issues will crop up. The issue is to have a mindset that says that we will use this to help us perfect the scope of the landscape that I discussed. Because right now, this is virgin territory for us. And so some amount of misalignment will be discovered. We just have to make sure that we have the conversation and bring competing acts, competing stipulations into alignment for the best interest of the specified entities. Please, I'd like us to go section by section as much as possible, but I'm still flexible.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Will it be stated in this act that where there is conflict between two of the acts, the company should, as you say, act in the best interest of the shareholders or all the stakeholders? Will it be stated in there?
Your suggestion will be in the final recommendations. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. It's just a follow-up on that. It's a very similar thing, and I think what you need to do is to do a bit of a company stakeholder analysis, find those conflicting ends, because we have a similar thing on our end. We are operators of the irrigation schemes, but GIDA is mandated as the regulator. So at the same time, I'm appointed by President. I have on the GIDA team as a regulator, the CEO as a board member of the board. In that case, I report to the ministry, but GIDA is regulating me. So I also give them reports. Per our act, we, in actual fact, don't need to look at GIDA as the regulator. But just because they have been mandated to take care of all irrigation schemes, I still report to them. So it is for a recommendation to come out crisscrossing all those sort of acts and find a harmony, harmonize them together so that it can be streamlined in reporting. I think that's what is needed.
Okay. I think that it's also important for us to understand the scope of the code, because the job of the code is to help you deal with matters that affect your ability to govern effectively. So what the code is simply going to do is give you an advice that where you find a conflict, the discussion, because it is the board's responsibility to give advice to the minister. It is the minister's responsibility to also advise the president. And together, you will recommend when laws have to change to allow you to be more effective. So the code will not resolve the conflict. The code will simply say, when there is a conflict, act in such a manner that you are able to bring the laws into alignment to serve the best interests of the organization. But I take that point, and we will insert it. Please, is there any other comment? None? Online? Are there any other comments online? Okay, so in the absence of any other comments, what I'll do is that I'll take you through. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take you through the recommendations that we built up. Yep. Yes. Okay. So the issue there had to do with the fact that the stipulations in the code now, as they relate to audit, are in conflict with what is in the Public Financial Management Act. And I take that point. What the code had sought to do was to recommend what would be good practice. The Act, as it currently sits, also took a view about the best way to conduct what is essentially the internal audit for all these entities. And it says that the minister shall nominate the audit committee. So that's what the Act says. SIGA has also looked at what could be recommended as best practice for the specified entities. So it comes back to the point of where the recommendation of SIGA is not aligned to the current law. It is not for the entity to go and change the law. It is now for a discussion to be had about how do we reconcile this recommendation against what the law says. And that's why we have the transition arrangements. When the code comes into being, there will be areas where it does not align with current law. And the transition period is to help SIGA look at the laws with advice from the boards and decide how best to bring alignment between the intended future and the current arrangements in the law. So that is it. I fully recognize the fact that in that particular instance, the recommendations are completely different from what is in the Financial Management Act. But that is a recommendation from SIGA. So a debate now has to happen about what is the best way forward. Should we preserve what we have and the code should fall into line, or should we amend what we have so that the law falls into line? Mm-hmm.
Sorry, clearly the conversation must be had. But it's when you go through the governance arrangements, the board is responsible and the board is accountable. You cannot sit somewhere and appoint internal auditor for the board, and then you hold that board accountable for the internal auditor's job. It doesn't work like that. So this Financial Management Act is an old document. It's got to be modernized. And I think once SIGA has done this, there's going to be a whole long period of conversations. And what Ghana needs to do is to take the best practice at all times, and then just change the laws and make them modern. Because you cannot in the private sector go and appoint internal auditor and then tell the board, I've appointed this man for you, but I'm going to hold you accountable for his work. The two don't work together. So there's going to be a whole lot of work to be done. Where there's an existing law, you have to abide by the existing law. But it's going to be SIGA's responsibility to see whether they can make the transition or not. If they're able to do it, it will be good for everybody. But some of the provisions in the old acts and the laws, strictly we need to look at them.
Okay. So, first recommendation is on section 1.3. Sorry, is that who? Sorry, yes, please let the mic go back. She has a mic.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I heard something on the audit committee. Have we reached there yet?
No, we are not there yet.
Because I was hearing something about internal audit.
Yes, but the point I was making was that your point is fair, that the current recommendations about audit in the SIGA document are not aligned to the Financial Management Act. As the law currently stands, the specified entity must comply. It is for SIGA, having stipulated that this is best practice going forward, to ensure that the law is brought into alignment with its recommendations for the implementation of good governance. So for now, live with the law that exists today. There's a transition period where SIGA needs to make sure that all these conflicts are resolved. Now, the resolution is a matter for SIGA and our parliament, the appropriate bodies, to decide what should be best practice going forward. Yes, please.
Michael, I beg to differ. You see, when it comes to issues of auditing, one, there's a measure of independence. Even if you look at the company's law. Because I have a baritone voice. Anyway, when it comes to the company's law, for instance, which the laws derive from, you would write, Audit Act is there, Public Financial Management Act is there, we have the International Financial Reporting Systems, and so on and so forth, and compliance. You would realize that auditing is both an internal and external control mechanism on any public institution or private institution. Now, the difficulty I have with this one is that, one, internal auditors are recruited through due process by advertisements, other transparent processes, referrals, or secondments. I'm yet to be given evidence that a minister has, appointed an internal auditor. They are recruited, and so there's meritocracy. And then after the recruitment of any officer, especially from the senior and management levels, it is a duty of the board to agree or disagree. That's approve or not approve. And mind you, in most organizations, when we are doing recruitments, at least a board member or two are part of the process. Recently, the chairman of the Ghana Audit Service, the audit, is it agency? Yes, Ghana Audit Agency or whatever it is. The chairman himself superintended, though it's questionable, over recruitment, promotions, and everything. And you see, so I'm saying that we should be rather looking at the auditing process and how to ensure, because if you make my board powerful with auditing issues and I'm chummy with them or in bed with them, your guess is as good as mine. Will rip and hemorrhage and cause massive malfeasance to the organization. Because then who watches the watchman?
Okay, so again, I just go back to the point that I made, that SIGA has taken a view about how we should handle the entire audit function. The entire spectrum of audit, both internal audit and external audit. Now, there are currently laws that speak to how internal audit should be conducted and how external audit should be conducted. SIGA's view may not align with the law as it stands right now. For now, if you're a specified entity board member, comply with the law as it stands. However, during the transition, SIGA will be responsible for ensuring that the good governance view it has taken, as it relates to either internal audit or external audit, is reflected in the law going forward. So they will have the debate with the relevant bodies and decide how the laws should be amended. Today, our job is to point out the fact that the intent and the reality are not aligned, so that SIGA is alive to the fact that there is a need to look deeply into how to bring alignment between the intent and the current state. Because that is all that needs to be done, really. For now, comply with the law. So point 1.3, again, here we said that, yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Eric Opoku, Acting Head of Governance, Risk and Compliance, SIGA. The draft code 2.15, we have the Audit and Risk Committee composition and duties. And just reading the first portion, it's saying that the composition of the audit committees shall be in line with the Public Financial Management Act. So I still think the proposal here clearly aligns to the law.
So that's what I'm saying. That they must respect. But there are stipulations, there are specific stipulations that are not aligned with the other stipulations that are not fully where, as we have conversation, the transition period
Please, we are not getting the presentation. We are not getting it. The mic is still faulty.
this one, so that those online can follow. So you, for example, have a structure that to be problematic, isn't it? So again, for you, the code is there as a guide. You can now come back to SIGA and say, look, this might be a better way to align our board to ensure that we have the right representation, the right balance, the effectiveness, etc., etc. So this is the way it should go. That is a specific issue to your entity, and you deal with it through that means. SIGA is there to play its oversight role and support you as much as possible to get your legal mandate better aligned. So that is not going to affect the code per se, but the code is not going to be activated so that SIGA can support you to get the right alignment. Yes, madam. Please, we need a mic here. There are two questions here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to find out when this code will be in force, because around the room I'm hearing of a number of conflicts, and some of it would demand that there are legislative reforms, changing laws.
Yes.
Even as far as changing provisions in the Constitution.
Yes.
Because in the morning, I think I made reference to Article 190, public service organizations that are currently being roped to be under SIGA, for SIGA to exercise oversight. And if, that's what I'm asking, when is this supposed to come in force? And if it comes into force, what happens? I mean, how long is it going to take us to amend all these legislations to resolve the conflicts that we are discussing around the table?
Okay, let me allow Eric to respond to that.
Thank you, Mike. Indeed, in terms of when it will come into force, this is something SIGA has not yet determined yet that. We are still in the process working on this, and so I won't be able to give you a specific time. But it's something that we definitely are trying to push, because it's a requirement under the law that we come out with this code. And so we're working on it, trying to take you through the necessary process, including identifying the conflicts and trying to resolve them, as he's saying. So it will be quite difficult for me to give the specific time here, because we've really not determined any time like that. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I get the impression that we are saying if there's a conflict between the code and some law, legislation, then the code must find a way by which it will get the law to change. Because when they talk about the transitional period where SIGA will do amendments and all that, then my suggestion would be rather the code should get a legislative power. Because if it's a code, then it's like a guideline. But a law passed by Parliament or the Constitution is obviously in a higher hierarchy than the code. So my advice to SIGA would be that if you really want this code to have the kind of power that we are discussing, then we should be seeking to send the code to Parliament to get some legislative power so that it can then have that kind of power, or else we'll be amending all kinds of laws just to make a code which has no legislative power rather become the superseding document. I find that as a difficult position.
Okay.
I do understand the sentiments around. About 20, 25 years ago, Canada took the step that we are now trying to take. It was a major overhaul of the whole regulatory environment for their service, for their public sector, and for all state enterprises.
If you send it closer to your mouth.
It's a big exercise. The process is always very painful. But we have to make, and we have to go through that process.
Hello.
There are so many laws all over the place. And I don't envy any of you, because if you are sitting down there and you are regulated by 4, 5, 6 laws, you will be lost in it. And I think we need to get to a stage where we clean up the laws and we harmonize the laws as much as possible, so that even the managers of companies and the directors have certainty about what they are doing. Right now, I've just been reading the Act. It talks about, a lot of things that we should do. If you look at the SIGA document, and if you look at most of the regulated documents around, they make various, sometimes contradictory demands on companies. And that's why there is a need to harmonize at this stage. So, and I like the process, because what SIGA has said, I'm giving you what I'm thinking. You take it, let me know how you feel about it. If you have any issues, raise them, and then we can have a conversation. It shouldn't be difficult to amend laws if we believe that that is the best way to go. Look, all these laws have been around for how many years? 30, 40, 50 years. They brought us nowhere. And because our laws tend to be behind development, that's what we do. And therefore, when companies are talking about IFRS 9, people are still talking about IAS. And if we are a bank, or if we're a quoted company on a stock exchange, totally irrelevant. Nobody will look at it. So I understand your feeling, but I think let us be objective, and let us be positive. This is the document. How do we think we can make it better and more productive for all of us? And bring the ideas. It is for SIGA to collect all those ideas and go and say, this is how they feel. This is what they are telling us. How do we resolve the issues? Because at the end of the day, we are talking about the best practice corporate governance. So every one of these that will give us that is what private government will look at. And as somebody said, government may see all this and say, I'm sorry, we will still continue to do what we are doing. Finish, matter closed. Right? But we still have to let them know where we believe we are lagging behind and where we should make better progress. When you come to accounting, it's a very difficult area because definitions in the last 2-3 years, any accountant here will tell you if you are using IFRS, most definitions have changed. But your Financial Management Act is still using the old definitions. So we need to make progress. We need to make a step change. Either we accept that we need that change and we will make it and we will help to make it, or we say it is too much for us. We don't want to make the change. We want to live as before. But we need to make some progress. Because I always had a problem with why so many state enterprises just don't perform. Why? We have all this. We have the Procurement Act, don't we? And yet every day you have infringements of the act. That's why for me, those codes and whatever don't change organization. It's the people. So if you resolve that we want to make the change, you can make the change. On the other hand, if we all resolve that the change is too much for us, we can't make the change, so be it. That's it. But try and highlight all the conflicts that you have found and give them to SIGA. It will be for them to go and see how they deal with them. But definitely, SIGA will only take the best practice. And if that requires changing laws, that is for the president who ordered SIGA to produce this code to say, I agree. Now I have to work. I have to go and change the laws, go to parliament and change them. You know, because you cannot on one hand say the boards, you will hold them accountable. And yet,
take the power from them.
Take a part and say, but I'm going to appoint the people that will sit on the board for you, and appoint the senior managers and the rest of it. And at the same time, turn around and say, but you are accountable. Because we all have different backgrounds, we have different orientation, so that is it. But what I would like to say is that it's a process that's going to be painful, it's a process that's going to be frustrating. We have to be determined and say, we want to move to the higher level and change this country, or we would continue as before. But if we have to change, I don't know anybody who has gone through change in a very comfortable manner. It's always a very frustrating exercise. So let's look at it that way. But please, as many conflicts as you have found, voice them out, and let the SIGA staff take note of them, and let them see how they can deal with them and resolve them. That's the comment I'd like to make. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, my brother, SIGA. I think the process has just begun. For me, I think the why you are getting most of these kickbacks from us is that the information today is too much. And we are scared about where we are going. I think these are the responses. But I want to say that maybe SIGA has kick-started the process. But one day is too much. Can we have a time of 3 days, invited to a better place, sit down coolly? Because I came from Navrongo yesterday, and tomorrow I'm going back. As I said, as I stand here, I don't even have the peaceful mind to think so much, because tomorrow I'm hitting the road again. If you give me 3 days to come and stay in Accra, I'll have a free mind to give you all the conflicts. So I want to suggest that let's just assimilate what is here, get back, but SIGA should spend money, because it's a painful process. This change is not easy for us. Like you said, nobody wants change. But make the change soft for us so that we can assimilate and contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the Director General in the morning, one of the things he said was that this code, the process of bringing this code to life began a while ago. I think one big step was actually even getting the SIGA Act itself in place. The code has been shared. There are over, 600 people who have been given the draft code. About 200 institutions have been given the draft code. So even if the board is giving the document, you can imagine times how many. So thousands of people will get an opportunity to look at this. We have made provision for every institution to go over the draft code and to send us your comments, so that all the recommendations and comments can be taken into consideration in perfecting the draft code, which will then be approved and take on a life of its own. But even then, one of the things that I said when I discussed governance, the structure, was I said SIGA has a role to develop and review the code. So the code is not going to be static. As and when the context changes, or as and when the horizon, the shape of the horizon changes, the code will be dynamic, will have to respond. So it's not fixed, and it's not supposed to make your life difficult, but it is supposed to help all of us build a better ecosystem. You remember I talked about the ecosystem, both those that have legal mandates and those that are social constituencies. They too may ultimately even have a view about what should be in the code. So it's a flexible document, and we are only starting the journey. So every comment is valid and appreciated, and all that we are going to do at the end of the day is to take it all on board and make sure that what is finally published is robust and it is relevant for you going forward. Okay? Any other topic? Yes, please.
Michael, thank you. Now that we've been told that we can write, our comments and observations and send it, I think it will be very useful. We'll do it collectively with our boards so that we have an addendum. But when I looked at the evaluation, just quickly, chapter 2, section 3.1, I think the peer review may not be the best, as bias and parochial interest may prevail. The last time around, a whole lot of consultants were sent to review or assess. It was an assessment. And I think it went very well, because management gave its view on the board also gave its view. So at the end of the day, I think the correct reportage was sent. But if a board has a problem with management or the CEO, or if I have a problem with them and we are assessing ourselves, I think what will happen. It will not augur well for smooth running. So please, I'll plead with you to look at the system which was put in place before the elections. It worked perfectly. Now the chapter 6.3, appointment of standing committees. I've looked at it and I think it's gone very well. Now the types of standing committees, like we're saying before the lunch break, I believe that organizations and their organogram and the regulations of the company, 6.3, that was appointment of standing committees. It's either 5 or 6, whichever it may. But because we'll bring our observations later, I just quickly wanted to draw attention. That's where you have industries. For instance, you may have technical and business development committees. So if we could put down all the type of committees in a list so that organizations can draw on what is suitable, but then the core, being finance, administration, human resource, and legal, must be mandatory to every organization. And then all the others that you list, we may draw on. Because ETCs and audit committees, I think, are mostly governed by statutes. So they will be part of it. But I've seen a whole lot of committees and it's a bit confusing. Now, finally, the board remuneration. There was a consolidation by the Ministry of Finance. Even though SIGA is a shareholder as at now, either you scrap what the Ministry of Finance did, consult and come up with SIGA's own not recommendation, but SIGA's own framework. Otherwise, there'll be confusion. You say we should go according, you recommend that we should go according to the Ministry of Finance's guidelines, which categorize A, B, C, and so on. And then we should give a retainership. But I beg to differ. They are not paid employees. And again, in Ghana Cylinder, it used to be, I think, 500 for the chairman for a board sitting, and 250 for committee sittings, and 400 for board members. But currently, under the categorization, we're in category B. And it's almost 3 times what it used to be. So I think board members will earn far less if we are to switch back to the old system. So either we take what finance gave in full, because they've consolidated the conventional end of month allowances into mainstream allowance. Either SIGA looks at it properly, but I don't think you can take half from there and impute a quarter. So either you scrap it and come up with a proper one, or you maintain what is there currently. Thank you.
But ideally, the remuneration of the board is something that should be set by a remunerations committee of the board. You understand? So it is true that in our context, we have said that the Ministry of Finance should do some work and give some guidance. But going forward, the Companies Act itself says it is the board through its remunerations committee that should do this work. So let us allow SIGA to give some, like you said, framework to say, consider these matters. But in considering these matters, I'm going to allow you to come up with your own decision. And then all the tension goes away. You will have a guiding framework to help you in every organization, and you will make your decisions. The board is ultimately responsible. So let us give them the aids and the tools, but give them the space to make their own decisions so that when we hold them accountable, they can be able to say, yes, I am accountable and I made the decision and this is how I made the decision. So I take your point. Thank you very much. Is there any other? Yeah.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Okay, it's online. Okay. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes. In the case of remuneration for the directors, my company, GOIL, who is on the stock exchange and who is supposed to hold an annual general meeting at the end of every year, their remuneration is determined by the shareholders in that meeting. So,
yes, but that determination by the shareholders is based on a recommendation by the board. So the board would have done the work through its own remunerations committee, and then it will take it to the shareholders meeting, and shareholders will approve. Is that what happens at GOIL?
Yes, but they can approve or disapprove of it.
Of course, yes, shareholders have that right.
It is not always approving.
Yes.
Yes. Board will bring up some proposal to be accepted by the shareholders at a meeting or to be disapproved. So it is not by any law, it's determined at the meeting.
No, what I'm saying is that the board, through its remunerations committee, will determine that this is the appropriate level of remuneration for the board.
Exactly.
That is what the law permits the board to do. Now, to effect it, the board is also required to take that to a meeting of the shareholders for the approval of the shareholders. But the shareholders will not determine it individually by themselves. The board, so I'm just saying that things happen, and it is the responsibility of the board, first of all, to set a number that it will recommend to its shareholders, and then they will approve or disapprove, just as you have said. So that is the appropriate thing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have any other comments, whether online or in the room? This is the consultation part. Are there any comments online? All right. Then I will make some progress. I talked earlier about the fact that the code as we have defined it may not be enforceable where you have an existing business, especially a JV, unless the government of Ghana is the majority shareholder or has some sort of a golden share, or where the constitution of that entity gives GOG the right. But where new JVs are being formed, the code may serve as a guide during the negotiations. Fair? 2.2, on the governance principles, the draft mentioned age, but age is not a prerequisite for gauging balance in the composition of a board, and we've agreed to remove that requirement, or that advice. Again, we've said that the board must exercise control over the execution of strategy and compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Because what we don't want is to leave room for the control to be exerted over day-to-day management. The board should also be accountable to stakeholders representing issues on environment and society. And there was a point that has been raised. We've said that each year the chairman must ensure that all board members without exemption are subject to a 360-degree evaluation internally. It's for the members of the board. You together are a governing body, and you together must be able to independently and dispassionately comment on your effectiveness as a board and your effectiveness as an individual. So each member with the board must go through that process, and everybody else must be able to comment, because it is good practice, even if you take it into the world of teams. It is good practice for teams to self-assess each other and themselves as individuals. And there's nothing different about it when you come to the board. It is about the maturity of the board to be able to go through this process internally every year. There is the big evaluation that is done every 2 to 3 years, where you bring in external parties, and that is extremely comprehensive. This annual 360 evaluation is a recommendation, but it is best practice that for every team at the end of a year, sit down and talk about how well are we doing and what can we do better. In 3 years or 2 years' time, you can have a big conversation that goes into every little aspect of what you do, but at least have the basic 360 evaluation that says, are we effective? Are we working well together as a team? What do we need to do? Even to understand what training someone requires or the team as a whole must engage in. Right. 2.31 on the size and composition, the size, composition, and appointment. I mentioned earlier today that we are recommending that we shift and standardize with the Companies Act and stipulate a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 13 directors for the SEs. We've also said that we think that in many SEs, the finance director is not a member of the board. And yet, it is this person that the board relies on for the preparation of the accounts. But when the accounts have been prepared and the directors put their name to it, the person responsible for guiding the whole process has no accountability. No fiduciary accountability. So the recommendation is that as much as possible, the finance director, which is best practice in the private sector, should be part of the board. All board appointments must be documented and based on resolutions. That's a simple matter. The selection of directors must be from a pool of vetted potential candidates held by SIGA. We've discussed that. The exercise of independence and avoidance of conflict by all directors must be required at all times, especially when you are passing resolutions. Point 9, the code may include current political office holders, and this has to do with avoidance of conflicts of interest. Current political office holders, such as members of parliament, as they ultimately approve the report of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, and that's a potential conflict of interest. The code may specify precisely a qualified chartered auditor, and this has to do with the auditor. Because the code currently said a finance expert, right, in the composition of the board. But what we are suggesting is that a qualified chartered auditor or qualified chartered accountant will be better to stipulate. because I don't know anywhere that finance expert is chartered or is a qualification. So let's just use auditor or accountant. Then 2.4, where it talks about duties and responsibilities. The code said roles and functions, but best practice nomenclature now says describe it as the duties and responsibilities of the board. So we've amended the titling of that section. The board should be responsible for the long-term sustainable operation, not business, because not all the SEs are in the business of doing business for profit. So operation might be better. And then in section 4, it talks about controls. But what we said is that let's talk about having a system so that we can encompass both the protection of value in the organization whilst also leaving room for the board to look at the production of new value. In 4.4, we're saying that we've already talked about risk management framework. So it may be superfluous to also mention again internal controls, because that should fall within the whole risk management framework, if we're talking. Right. We discussed that the core duties should be specified and separate. I'll come to you. Is there a hand up?
Yes, please.
I'll come to you.
Okay.
I'll just finish this section and come to you. Right. The core duties should be specified and separated from the other duties. So what we've done is that the duties of care, skill, diligence, and then best interest have been brought to the fore, and then the other duties have been listed as well. So that's been done. Right. How many questions are up now? 1, 2, 3 questions, 4 questions. Going once, going twice, gone. So 4 questions, and then I'll proceed.
Yeah. Please, let's pay attention to 2.3.19a. I think for the purpose of clarity, immediate family, as used under that provision, needs explanation in the definition section of the code.
We'll just note it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
But what were you thinking about
immediate family? Yes, because given our Ghanaian context of our family system, I don't know whether we are talking about the nuclear family, the immediate family. What do we mean by that? It needs clarity. Thank you.
Okay. Please, let's go on.
Yeah. Can I? Will you respond, sir, before I come in? Or I should ask my question?
That point, I just have to take note of it.
Yeah.
And then we'll clarify. Yes.
Okay. I'm Nelson Menokpo from Ministry of Health, Traditional Medicine Practice Council. My issue is about the duties and responsibilities of the board. We kept talking about their duties and responsibilities. But there is this very third aspect, power, which comes to control. We hardly mention that, but it's a very significant, factor when it comes to the day-to-day management of the board vis-a-vis the management and the directors. Power is a very, strong, but very quiet aspect when it comes to management. And that also has to do with power play. And interestingly, our politicians use it a lot when it comes to running of institutions. But we don't really discuss and break down how power should be applied in organizations. And most of the time, some of our board chairmen and board members misuse this factor. And it brings a whole lot of problems in our institutions. It's as if we are importing how private sector is managed, the factors into the public sector. And public sector is a different ball game. Because, for instance, in the ministries, the ministry formulates policies. Now, we are putting a board that the board is also supposed to formulate policies. Now we have the management, and now we have the directors. So who is who? And now the cascading. If the board is supposed to formulate policies, which policies? Because the ministry has already formulated policies. So now we see the board now becoming implementers. And there are conflicts now between the management and the board, which most of the times brings about clashes between the chief executive and the board chairman. And it crashes the organization. So we need to iron out some of these things, especially the power factor. It should be looked at critically, so that the parameters that go into those things should be ironed out properly. Otherwise, because I think the private sector doesn't have some of these problems. That's why they run. But when you look at power, which is control, that is where the issue is. So, sir, I think we have to look at that.
Thank you.
I think on this, yeah.
I think that when we looked at the slide on architecture, we made it very clear which part of the governance processes the board should hold, the executive team should hold, the HOD should hold, and the functional team should hold. And the role and responsibilities attached to each level of the process, of processes within that architecture. So that addresses the issue of power. What do I have the power to decide? The ministry is effectively looking at matters relating to the policy of government concerning a sector. The board is supposed to translate that policy looking at the Establishing Act, which will clarify your mandate or the mission, and then lay on that, and then build on that to define for the next 3, 5, 7 years, what should our vision as an organization be, and then for the short term, what should we look at in terms of strategy? How will we implement this vision? So if the board understands that that is their locus, there is no need for a board to go into day-to-day management. Because if you go into day-to-day management, you are planning to oversee yourself. And that is conflict of interest. So if a board starts, for argument's sake, meeting every month, then what is the purpose of the executive committee? If a board starts to meet every month, what is the purpose of the executive committee? And when would the managers have time to manage and come and report on their management? So then upward delegation works. And that is where people fail to take responsibility for anything that they have done, because the board has descended. The board has descended because the ministry has descended. And the ministry is trying to run the business, so the board is now the day-to-day manager, and the day-to-day manager has become the errand boy. And it shouldn't happen. So we've shared the architecture, and we've specified very clearly in one of the, I think, the roles of the role of the board. And then we've also tried to even identify certain key committees, which we've taken a comment on. So I think that at the end of the day, if we respect the architecture, we shouldn't struggle. If we respect the architecture and we understand the role that everybody should play at their level in that architecture, then the power play, the misuse, as you said, of power should not occur. And when it is occurring, remember, if you allow the misuse, the fact that you were, directed does not excuse you from not having played your role. Once this code comes into play, you are not excused. May I go on? The code will give you a framework. It will say to you that this is what you should do. And if you don't do what you're supposed to do, let's say that if, what do you call it? If the ministry now starts going into the organization to say, do A, do B, do C, then who is going to be accountable for that decision? Is it the board, which did not make the decision? Or is it the management, which was never given the opportunity to advise its board? So then there's no accountability. They do things because they've been directed, and then we are destroying value. So just like Dr. Yamson said, 20 or 25 years ago, Canada took a decision. And the issue is not that private sector doesn't apply. Good practice is good practice, whether it is in the private sector or the public sector. Good practice is good practice. So what we should be doing in seeking to bring the code to life is to look at the best practices anywhere and see how we can implement it, but understand clearly that it may take us some time to transition from where we are to where we want to be. Okay. So the separation...
Michael.
Yes, please.
Please, there's a hand here.
All right. Sorry, I didn't see. Go ahead.
On the composition of the board, boards are essentially appointed and so on and so forth. A finance director definitely is recruited into an organization. And like my brother said, public sector practices, best practices, and private sector best practices, it's not all that can be incorporated. Because one, the private sector, I believe, is pure profits. No matter what they will say, it's profits, pure. The public sector is to engender an enabling environment for the economy and all other variants to thrive. So, for instance, a head of finance or accounts is recruited into an agency, and then that head of finance, by some code or statutes, is an automatic member of the board, appointed from nowhere, but by statute is an automatic member of the board. Now, what do you think will happen? A clear conflict of interest, as happened in one organization. I won't like to mention the name, because the board chairman made a finance director his ally. And I think we all heard of the fights. I'll mention, but you know where I'm going. And they fought and fought and fought over procurement issues, finance issues, you know, until they were all threatened that the two of you will be sacked if this mess does not stop. In the end, the finance director had to go. When, you see, management meets with subcommittees. In our case, my head of finance, I allow him to sit in board meetings so that he can actually, you know, the general things, when I report on, he can give them the nitty-gritties. But if you give him that power of being a board member by statute, automatically it's going to cause a lot of confusion, because a board member, a board chairman, unlike the private sector, would like to interfere through that process. A chief executive, a director general, will feel he or she is being undermined, and then you have a lack of cohesion in management, and then it begins again. So please, we'll send our views, but I beg you, look at that thing again properly. All management staff are critical to the organization, and then all of them should be co-opted board members.
Okay, I think I'll continue from where Madame Frances ended. In most public institutions, you have a director general, and then you have deputies. So you may find a deputy director general technical, and a deputy director general finance and admin. The finance director reports to the deputy director general finance and admin. So I'm confused, you know, because there's a reporting line. How can the director of finance go and sit on a board as a board member when the deputy? So why would the deputy sit? Because deputies are not even board members. They just go for board meetings, but they are not members of the board. So that is where my confusion is. Thank you.
Very interesting. Doc, I think your problem is solved for you. You have no issues at all. These are things that we find within our setups. And like you said, we're supposed to voice them out, align them, and get a proper good governance. What they're saying is happening in my place. I will mention the other aspect of it. The finance manager is a board member. He misbehaves, I want to query him. He said, you know, the director of the board. You know, that's the conflict. I want to add to what Madam is saying here. So it becomes a bit unhealthy. So I'm sure most of these peculiar incidences that we have, situations that we have within our organizations, even with the organograms, they need to be looked at thoroughly. If we really want to hit the ground running early, there are some of the underground fires we need to exhume, look at them very well, align them very well before we can take off. But for the finance manager to sit on the board is hell, it's terrible. Certain times you don't know what to do, but just the fact that he's sitting there, you cannot even say certain things. I mean, you can't even report properly. But it's happening, and I think it's not healthy for us. So I think the code should come out with good ways for us. Thank you.
Hi, good. So we come upon this from time to time, not in such a broad issue, a broad forum. But you see, once upon a time, the world was flat. And the world was said by someone to be round. I think somebody paid with his life for saying the world was round. So some transitions are mold breaking. So like you said, we may even have to look at the structure of the organogram across the public sector. Because if your name is South Africa Airways, you are there to deliver profit for the organization. You cannot say that because I'm a public entity, I should turn up with a loss every year. You can never do that. But at the same time, if your name is Nefra, I'm not asking you to bring me money, but I'm certainly asking you to translate everything that you do into a tangible value for the economy. So the fact that I don't ask for money from you doesn't mean that. Divorce yourself from the financial implications across the economy of what you do. So money or no money, we all impact the economy. Should we govern the organization in such a way that it is inefficient? Let us even say that you are not delivering money. You are not delivering cash profit. But should you govern your organization so that you are as efficient as the best in the world? Should you? And if you should, then financial management becomes critical. At the end of the year, you will present to your shareholder, isn't it? Your shareholder will be primarily interested in the efficiency of your operations. You will present a document which is called your financial statement. Who prepares it? It is owned by the board, but who prepares it? Who? It's your finance director. No. You don't send your entire management to deal with the external auditor, do you? The auditor deals with who? No, that's wrong. This is completely wrong. Your financial accounts at the end of the year are prepared by your external auditor and the head of finance. Yes. That is what is best practice. Pardon? Yes, but who leads that process? Which management member leads that process? Okay. We are not going to resolve it today. All that we are saying and the code is recommending is this, that you have a member of the executive team that is leading the preparation of your annual accounts. That person, having led the preparation of the management accounts, you as a board take responsibility for the accounts and you sign. When you divorce the owner of the process from the people who sign for the process, you are giving room for lack of accountability. So make the person who leads the operation part of those who are legally responsible. It is actually a protection for the board. But this issue of conflict and allies on the board, I go back to the word maturity of the board. Because the fact that you are appointed as a board member does not mean that when you go back into your day-to-day work, you don't respect the authority of the CEO. Because the board gives all its mandates to who? The CEO, not to the finance director. So we may go to the board meeting and do our work as board members, but when we leave, all the mandates and demands of the board are through the CEO. When I showed you the architecture, I said the executive team led by the CEO. He is primus inter pares. So we have to respect everybody's role. I think what we are discussing is today. That today, because many people go on their board and they see it as a political reward, right? And an extension of their political power. That is where you get the issue where a board chair may go in there after a CEO has been appointed and he has to exert himself rather than play his or her role. And then you get the factions forming and the fights happening. But when we do this right, we shouldn't have that situation where a board chair needs to check on his CEO by going to form an alliance with a finance director. It is wrong. That would be wrong. That is where a board chair is now going into the organization to engage directly on a functional matter. And it should never happen. Dr. Yamson said it. He will not engage on a functional matter unless it's through the CEO with explanation.
I think that we are mixing a few things. We are equating power with position. Position is not power. Any chairman who forms an alliance with the head of finance or whoever he is not fit to be a chairman. And he should never have been appointed chairman. It means he does not understand his role as a chairman of the board. And in any case, if we're a chairman, your job is to build harmony at the board level between the board and the executive. So if you, the chairman, choose to go and sow seeds of conflict and dissent, you should be removed immediately. You are not fit to be a chairman. And if a CEO believes that he can do the chairman's job better and decides to go and interact with the minister over and above the head of the chairman, then he's not fit to be there. You see, these are conflicts that are in the public sector. If I go to the private sector, I mean, if you come to Standard Chartered Bank, for instance, the head of the corporate business was a director. The finance head is a director. The chairman and the CEO is there. There was never conflict because everybody understands their roles. You have gone through a long period of political management. Politics. It's at the center, and I call it political capture. The whole management of the state enterprises has been captured by politics. And that is at the bottom of your problem. Because I came there and I was appointed Mr. A. I have no respect for the chairman. I have no respect for the board. I spoke to a group of board members and the executive, and when I was saying to them, as a matter of principle, no chairman, no board member can get into a contract with the company without first declaring it openly at the board level and demonstrating that he or his company is offering the best terms, and that it can be validated by a third party. The chairman told me, Mr. Yamson, who told you to come and say this here? Who? I said, nobody told me, but that I know is the best practice. And I am telling you, he said to me, so it is this politics that is killing, and that is why, I'm sorry, but let me be blunt with you. That is why many state enterprises are in trouble. Because we don't act and manage with best judgment. And the judgment which is driven only by the interest of the organization. And many of you, when you sit even with management committees and boards, you have two meetings. One meeting when everybody is there, and one meeting after the meeting is ended. Then you go and you have your own private meetings. That doesn't build a country, doesn't build company, doesn't build anything. I'm telling you, if you want to go through this transformation, it's not going to be a tea party. It's a tough exercise. You need to look at what do we want Ghana to be? What type of country do we want? What type of SE do we want? Do we want SE that is perpetually losing money and going to government? I mean, I've just been saying lunch. Oh, we need money to do this, and the shareholder, being government, is not putting money into it. And I said, but even if I'm government, I'll first look at whether you are capable of delivering value. Do you know what the Bible said? Nobody should put new wine into what? Old wine skin, because it will do what? It will burst. That is it. And therefore, if you have to distribute funds and you go and give money to an organization that you know will just end up destroying that money and coming back to you and say, I need money, I will say, but what I gave you, maybe like Marcus said, 10, I gave somebody 5, he brought me 10. I gave somebody 2, he brought me 4. I gave you 1, you want to dug the ground and put it there because you were afraid of me. Thank you very much. There is other. Throw him away. So please, we should not equate power with position. You see, when you read the act, it says, the board is responsible for the preparation of these statements. And many board members don't even know how to read the statements. And yet, you will be held accountable and responsible. And the law says, even 6 years after you have left, I think now it is even perpetual, you will be brought back. You didn't see how the accounts were prepared, but you signed it and accepted responsibility for it. That is why you would never go to any private company where the head of finance or finance is not sitting on the board. When I was chairman for 18 years in Unilever, I never signed any piece of document without first the finance director signing it. I said, you put your name down, and I will sign. And you will not believe this. Just 2 years ago, there was a case about property in Cape Coast, and then they found that I signed. Have you forgotten about it? They came and I said, is the finance director's signature there? They said yes, that I will come.
Okay, we don't want it to be a kind of a two-sided conversation, but I will still allow Madam Frances to make an observation, and then after that, we can continue.
Michael, sorry, but please pay attention to me because it's consultative. One, the finance issue that I raised. Uncle Ishmael, one point, I critically oversee what goes into our financial statements, because ultimately, the Auditor General's management letter is addressed to the Chief Executive Officer and the board chairman, administratively and functionally. Internal audit, the same. And management is a collective. I'm not talking of the CEO alone or head of management. We sit down in the boardroom, project everything, and go through, because financials are prepared from the various needs of the departments that come to management. So the finance director does not determine what my head of technical operations, his needs, the importation or otherwise. So you see, all I'm saying is that if the financial director is to sit on the board, then I believe my head of technical operations, which is pivotal to the entire cylinder company. Without him, the company will be shut. Should also be on the board. So management should allow management to be management, because there's an organogram, there's a structure, there's a public sector. And that's why I say put competent people in positions. I have done my finance and budget management. Most of us are professionals of the highest order. I've done my LLB. So I think I have my MDM. So please, I've said that look at the system of meritocracy. So when you appoint people, they are fit for purpose. No financial statement is done alone by the head of finance and administration. It is done by management as a collective. Then he will actually look into the nitty-gritties. We subject it also to another system of accounts that's outside. And then everything is set and it goes. But all the communication will come back to me. So all that I was saying, and I think you remember when you asked me in my very early days that I would not be able to survive in that place without going for help, assistance, loans. I did not. And at the end of the day, I've been able to acquire 20 acres in the renewable energy enclave. We are just in this last quarter going on to a cylinder hub. Government has not given us a penny. All the things SIGA has done is lying on the table of Ministry of Finance. So we are saying that leadership, how we move, competency, managerial skills. So I wouldn't like a head of finance to come and sit on my board because I am his supervisor. So he and me cannot share the same power. So it's power and politics.
Thank you very much. Duly noted. Duly noted. Right, so let me press on. This is a small point, so I'll move on. Now, in 2.8, there is a stipulation about about the conditions under which directors should be removed. And we have just made a reference that the Section 176 of the Companies Act must apply. Then we close off that matter. As well, the constitution of the entity can address the basis on which a director, a chief executive, a managing director can be removed. So that's fine. Now, on the matter of term limits, the responsibility for the renewal of terms sits with the chairman and with the board. And it is guided by the constitution of the entity itself, where it is a private company, but by Article 325 of the Companies Act, where the entity is a public company. So we will just be amending that section on term limits. Of course, I said earlier in the morning that our boards are changed wholesale, and that has become the practice. But the Companies Act actually recommends that a third of the board is changed every year. And so this is just to say that let us fall in line with what the Companies Act stipulates. Now, 2.14, the
Mike, please, can you let the microphone go up a bit for the sake of those online?
Right. Now, on the issue, thank you so much. On the issue of the committees of the board, we have said that we should list all other committees that are relevant, including Social and Ethics Committee, which is required to address how organizations deal with ethics and environmental and social issues. The board chair, not as much as possible, the board chair should not be a member of or chair any subcommittee of the board. They all ultimately report into him. It is good practice that he is not a member of any committee. SIGA, we are recommending, should not be part of the decisions of the board. SIGA as an organization. Where SIGA nominates a board member, that board member is representing SIGA and will represent SIGA exercising independent judgment. However, SIGA as an organization should not get into being part of board meetings and making board decisions, so that it can play its oversight role dispassionately. Right. On the matter of the audit and the risk committees, we are recommending that we create two clear sections, one to deal with risk, one to deal with audit, and that has been done. On the board's work plan, I noticed a comment about succession planning. Now, succession planning ideally would be part of the HR annual plan. So the minimum scope for the board work plan must include reviewing the HR annual plan that address the availability of the right mix of talent, and then also a corporate affairs and corporate social responsibility annual plan. So whoever made that point about succession plan, it must be addressed in the HR plan, and we've made that recommendation. And then we also recommend the inclusion of an internal audit plan and a plan also to look at controls. So ideally, the internal auditor must agree with the board through the audit committee what the work plan is going to be to allow the board to exercise its oversight over the organization and make sure that all risks have been accounted for and some mitigation put in place. Systems are audited to make sure that they are robust and still relevant, etc. Okay, so on the matter of board independence, the code sets out the criteria for determining the independence of a board, but we recommend the application of the principles enumerated in the Kin 4 report to enable boards create the right culture. Because the question is, who will create this culture of independence? Now, there's a guideline, and it comes with recommended evidence documents. So we will share the evidence documents with SIGA so that when board inductions are being done, not only the principles will be shown to you, but the evidence documents that you can produce to show that you are actually all as a body together and as individual members are acting independently. The 1D, we've said that there's a stipulation on the period during which a person is barred from taking up a board position. So here it said that if you leave an SE, you cannot join the board within 5 years of leaving. And we're just asking that the clarity of after such service should be included. It's a small point, but it's an important point. 2.25 on liability. Now, it is increasingly good practice that directors are given something called a director's indemnity. So when a director has done everything possible and things go wrong, the director's indemnity can kick in. So for the SEs, we are saying that we should look at offering them some sort of a director's indemnity so that when they've done everything they could possibly have done. It doesn't free you when you've done things you should not have done. But when everything possible has been done and things still go wrong, you should not be held liable. Take the floods in Germany recently. People have lost businesses, etc., etc. It shouldn't suddenly happen that somebody is told that you should have foreseen that once in 200 years flood will occur, and etc., etc. So let's go on. I move to section 3, the policy on disclosure standards. We've said that the Rights to Information Act should also be referenced. Then 3.8 on the remuneration structure. Current law requires that the remuneration of directors should be declared, not just the remuneration of non-executive directors. This is from the Companies Act. So we're just saying that the code should be in alignment. It should be all directors. Not your remuneration as an executive, but your remuneration as a director. Now, in compliance with the law, most public companies report the total remuneration, not the individual remuneration of directors. This code is requiring a very detailed reporting, the remuneration of each individual director. And we're saying that if that applies, it will be the highest bar in the country at the moment. In other jurisdictions, it is done. I've seen for companies like Maersk, every director's remuneration as a director is reported. But it depends. Global best practice, if we can apply it, why not? On the annual reporting, the annual reports of most SEs must align with the annual reports of the SEs must align with provisions in the 6th schedule of the Companies Act. We just want it to be stated in there quite clearly, because that is the governing law anyway. On corporate citizenship, we're saying that we must define corporate citizenship more broadly to include statements on how the organization is addressing matters of gender, disability, child labor, for example. So as is relevant to your organization. So if you are Cocoa Board, for example, you definitely need to say something about child labor. But if you are Gridco, child labor is not an issue that you need to report on, that sort of thing. Now, section 5.1, the governance statement. We're saying that ethical practice for the avoidance of doubt relates to knowing and doing what is right, pure and simple. And so we'll find a way to make that statement clear in the document. 5.3 on the matter of ethics and integrity, the board will have to create a culture, and that's where we talked about the Kin 4 principles and the evidence documents. But the code talked about right. So the code currently talked about establish a function. But we felt that no, we've said we are shifting from rules to a culture. So we should more look at the creation of the right culture in the organization as opposed to establishing some sort of a function that is responsible for good governance. So it should be lived throughout the whole organization. Now, whistleblowing, we're saying that we must just include a line that says that it will guarantee confidentiality. The whistleblowing system will guarantee confidentiality. It doesn't work when people don't trust that they can, help me on the screen. It doesn't work when people don't trust that they can comment confidentially. Now, we also talk about all reports of violations of ethics and integrity policies must be investigated and the reports must be submitted to the board. That must be explicitly included under the section 5.3. Now, the oversight and obligations of SIGA. We're recommending that appointments should be made by the board and approved by the shareholders in accordance. Sorry, it's a hand up. Okay. That appointments should be made by the board and approved by the shareholders in accordance with the Companies Act 992 without prejudice to the stipulations of the Audit Service Act 2000. And then 1D, we're saying that SIGA must ensure it holds the proxy or replaces the relevant sector ministry in the register of shareholders in order to attend board meetings. Because it says, annual general meeting, sorry. It says SIGA will attend. But if you don't hold the proxy or you are not in the register, then the board, the meeting cannot recognize you. So it is important that that is addressed. Otherwise, SIGA can attend as an observer, as a courtesy. Now, in 1H, we've asked that the code define major transactions because the other things that it will oversee have been stipulated, but major transactions is rather amorphous so that, again, it doesn't find itself entering into the day-to-day administration of the business. 8.4 on performance management, what we're saying is that the annual budget actually is the basis on which we judge whether a CEO and an executive team have performed or have not performed. So a separate contract between the board and the CEO almost becomes superfluous. So when the budget and the annual plan have been agreed, that becomes the binding contract between the executive team and the board. All other matters should find themselves expressed within the budget, and a separate contract should not be required. But that's our recommendation. And then chapter 10, we have said that it is important that some transitional provisions are agreed between the coming into force of the code and the full alignment of all the issues that we have discovered require some attention. So, like we've had this debate in the room today, there are a lot of things that are in other laws that the SIGA code, which has been drafted, does not fully align with. The question would now be, how do we achieve those alignments, and by when should they be put in place? So we've added a chapter 10 to the document now. Right. There were some points that were raised by you, those of you who responded. I've listed the 4 that I thought we hadn't addressed. All the other ones we had already addressed. There was a point about board responsibilities not being adequate, but there was no other explanation. So whoever made that point, if you can give us some further explanation, it will be helpful. There was also a point about the composition of the audit committee shall be in line with the Public Financial Management Act. That is true. It is already stated in the code. But I don't know if there was some other point that was intended and was not raised. So I'm just raising it. Now, procurement. The entity tender committee and its function seems to be missing, and are we eliminating their functions? We saw the entity tender committee matter as a committee of the executive of the organization. So it is primarily a functional matter. So when the board is looking at major CAPEX issues, the question must be asked that in bringing this CAPEX request to us, has the organization complied with the PPA Act? Straightforward, and then we can move on. So we are not removing the entity tender committee, but we are just saying that let the compliance happen at the executive management level, and the board should simply confirm with the executive team that they have complied. Now, the issue of succession planning, I've dealt with it. It is part of the HR annual plan. It is not being glossed over. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our recommendations. I ask that you hold all your questions, so now I'll take any other questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On the part of the board liability, indemnity clause, I'm not comfortable with it.
Are you talking about the director's indemnity?
Yes. It can be so rampaging. A board chair can just do it and go scot-free.
No. No. What I said was that.
I'm looking at what is here.
No, what I said was that the director's indemnity kicks in when all things that should have been done, and things still go wrong. It doesn't, it's not blanket. Oh, sorry. It is not a blanket indemnity. You have to have done everything that you should have done. You have to have complied with every law. And then something still goes wrong. In that situation, having done all the things you should have done, complied with every law that you had to comply with, something still goes wrong. And then we say that when things go wrong, the director is liable.
So is it referring to the time of the tenure or after the board has left. Is it?
No, you may be in office.
Okay.
And an unforeseen event occurs.
Okay.
And it costs, let's say, the shareholder. That someone then activate causing financial loss to the state and say that you are liable because we have lost money. You've done everything you should have done, but an unforeseeable event has cost us something.
With explanation, I can find myself exonerated from it.
But you don't have the director's indemnity.
Yes.
It's an insurance policy that is purchased.
You know, there was a loan. I inherited a loan, and ADB followed me to lock me up. So I saw the board chair, and we had to pay it quickly from somewhere. So, well, I'm covered by that. Thank you.
I don't know if that one falls under.
That's what I want to be very specific where, so that if it covers me up in the near future, I'm safe.
It is an insurance policy, so the stipulations of what to be covered will be in the policy. But we're just saying that look at the option of getting the director's indemnity. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I just want to make two comments and then one question. Okay.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Nicholas Tete from GMPC.
Yes, sir.
And if when we started, we said most of our problem boils down to governance. Now, if you look at this code, clearly there's no issue of sanctions. I know in the SIGA Act it's stated a breach of the code. But if you look at the sanctions stipulated in the SIGA Act, 500 penalty units, and I ask myself, is it punity enough? If really we see governance as a big issue. I know other enabling acts may have their own sanction regime, but really if we are talking about governance and we think the issues here are very important issues to deal with, and we want people to adhere, and so there are sanctions that should be applied. 500 penalty units for me, well, I don't think it's punitive enough. Now the second one is, when you look at the audit committee, I know, yes, we said it should be in line in terms of composition, but the functions that we have stipulated within the code really do not align with the PFM Act. I know the functions in best practice, that's supposed to be, but the PFM Act also have a different role in terms of what the audit committee should be doing. So we need to look at it, and maybe this will be addressed if there's a proper alignment between the code and then the various acts. And then I think the issue about ethics and integrity function or committee, I think this probably can be handled by a compliance function within any institution. So if the institution has a compliance function, the issues of integrity, ethics, values, and all those things can come under the mandate of a well-resourced compliance function. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So these ones, we'll just take note of them.
There's a question here.
Yes, I'll take it. I'm just acknowledging the contribution that the issue of penalty points, etc., cannot be addressed here, but we'll just have to take that as input and look at them down the line. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mike. I just want to go for you to explain further where you explained that there is no need of contract. I don't know if I got you right. If management submit budgets and it's planned to board and is approved, then that is enough. I want further explanation. I didn't really get it. And the second part of it.
Let me deal with that one. What I'm saying is that the annual plan and the budget, which are submitted, must become the contract between the executive team and the board. Okay. A separate contract is not required. You hold them to the annual plan and the budget that they have brought, because that is the plan that is supposed to be that year's building block towards the delivery of the vision and the delivery of value and the delivery of wealth. That is that year's plan. So you hold the executive team accountable to that. A separate contract doesn't add anything.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be sure what I heard. And there's my second explanation that I would want to have. No, it's not an explanation, but it supports the position held by Doc earlier on. Maybe the indemnity for the directors is a good thing, but in a different environment. Our environment here, I don't think the time is ripe to do that. In the sense that when you know the dynamics in the boardroom and what goes in there, I don't think we have to give them an indemnity for now. Let's leave it as it is now. When the time is appropriate, we get it there. We have these SOEs. They have various problems. And most of them comes from the board level. And then even when management, in some of them, the SOEs, when management have worked very hard during the year, and then they recommend bonus to management staff, even to approve it. Some of the board members, the board would even ask that you also do something for us before we do this for you. So if we have this kind of difficult situation, and then you are providing indemnity for them, I think we should take a second look at it.
You're saying that board members ask for annual bonus? Huh? Board members ask for annual bonus?
Yes. Do something before we approve yours.
Yeah. Okay. Thank God that the code doesn't require you to pay bonus to board members. I think that goes to the point that Frances even talked about, right? It should never happen. I mean, a board member has two things: your sitting fees and your annual membership fee. Simple. Simple as that. So matters of end-of-year bonus for board members and is all not good practice. Eh?
No, but that Maka is very young, you see, so that's his problem. But I still will not mention it. But I walked into an enterprise which hadn't made money for 30 years. And I mean it, 30 years. It had lost money every year for 30 years. But every year the directors had paid themselves bonus. Every year, consistently. And when I said, but why are you paying yourself bonus when you are losing money? They said, well, but what else do you expect us to do? We come here every month for a meeting, and we go. We don't have any insurance going back, so if we are not paid, and I said, you come here every month. Who wanted you to come here every month? We are supposed to be here every month anyway. So, Market, it is very common that, directors, but you see, again, it is because you, the CEOs, and the management want to please them so that they also don't give you trouble. You form alliance. Otherwise, no director should have the courage to demand annual bonus. And if they do, you should say, by my own personal judgment, this cannot be done. It's as simple as that. But that is where the code is taking you. That is where the code is taking you, to empower you to stand on your own and do what is right.
Is there any other comment? Or shall we begin to wind down for the day? Those who are going back to, is it still Upper East? Yes. Now, yes. Thank you for the stretch.
I think the training sessions for the boards, the current ones, I believe we should be given some independence. If we want you to come and do the training for us, SIGA, Director General is not here. Mr. Minister too is not here. But if we want you to come and do the training for us, I don't think SIGA has to pack us into some hotel place like the other time for 3 hours. And by the time we leave there, nothing really has stuck. We can move out of Accra if we have a little largesse. Have a 3-day session with both SIGA and you to come and train us, PP and all. So by the time we leave there, we have no excuse to complain. Not on this, but on our actual training tailored to our particular needs. Thank you.
And I think that the answer to that, Eric, I think the answer to that is yes, correct?
So we will create the opportunity, and there are several of them. So obviously, whilst Yamson and Associates may train some, others may also be probably taken care of by Institute of Directors. But we'll go through the necessary process to select.
Okay, so the answer is yes, but
yes, but we will definitely get in touch with you. We are putting in place an induction program. And we don't intend to pack, as you are saying. We want the training to be practical so that by the time people are leaving, they can really go and carry out their roles and responsibilities.
Yeah. What she meant is the general training. We do that. But on the request of the SEs too, we have tailored training for them, just like in your case, and just like you show your preference being Uncle Ishmael, we can do that, but a tailored one to you.
Were you talking about induction training or general training? General training. Okay. Governance training. Okay, we can have a discussion on that later and decide a way forward. Thank you.
Eric, if you could join us so that when we are done, you can make the closing remarks.
Chief Director is also here, so she would also be speaking on behalf of the minister. So that's it.
Yes, on our side, we are done. Remember. And we want to say a big thank you to you for being here, for giving us this opportunity. And yes, if Eric tells me that any specific entity wants us to come and do the training, we are more than happy to do so. I will allow Dr. Yamson to make a few closing remarks, and then Chief Director and Eric will also speak for SIGA.
Thank you, Michael. If you recall, the minister said in the morning that this was also intended to be provocative. And I know I have been provocative a lot. But let me say that governance is very important. And it's a joy when you run a company that is successful and that delivers value. And where everybody knows what they have to do. Luckily for me, I worked with NAB for many years. And if you are a CEO, a chairman, you don't have much of a problem. As I said, you have to manage many complex relationships. You come into this job with your own personal values. And I suppose everybody here has her or his own personal values. And then you go into an organization and you find that the values in that organization are in conflict with your personal values. And it's a big headache. And sometimes in the public sector, you probably have been transferred from one place to the other. And that is why it is always helpful to have a set of guidelines that guide your own actions. Because it is very difficult to deal with politicians. I've dealt with politicians for a very long time. And I always say to them, everything you say to me, I listen. But when I go home, I digest, I analyze. And maybe being who I am, I can go back and say, I've heard it. But I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense to me. You may not be able to do that. But you have to find a way of you yourself also being a politician. Because you need to manage the politicians. You live with them. So you have to know how to manage them. And one thing politicians are scared of is transparency. Every time you say to them, can you say this publicly before the cameras? They will not say yes. But you need to run success. The difficulty for me is that when there is a blame, all the blame is put on you. Am I wrong? You take all the blame. And for you, you are not able to say sorry, but the blame actually originates from somewhere else. So I think what you need to do is to take this document and examine it, interrogate it, and try and find out the best ways that you believe you can be helped to do your work more effectively and more efficiently. The thing is that we have a country, and we have a country to live in and to run and to make it better. Every time people talk about Rwanda, Singapore, Malaysia, I said, but we can do it here. There are human beings who did that. Why can't we do it? But we need to change a lot of things. I know the sentiments that you have expressed. Most of them are very difficult. But one of these days, I'll find out the Canadian process, and I'll share it with you. The process was no easier than what we are talking about here today. But it's the communication. And I'll encourage SIGA to open a direct line of communication with the people who are going to implement this code. You should listen to them, you should engage them, and indeed, you must have conversations with them, sometimes difficult arguments. But we run programs for difficult conversations. Sometimes some of the conversations are going to be very difficult. But at the end of the day, you have to still come to a conclusion and have one document that everybody is going to live by. You know, when the state SEC, pardon? No. SEC. That's the Securities and Exchange Commission. They just said to all the listed companies and said, we produce this code, you go and look at it, come to us in 3 months, bring us your, I know the gentleman from God probably received a copy. Give us your views. They didn't go back to anybody. They just issued it and said, you have 1 year to comply, period. But of course, these are made of many private sector companies. Yours is difficult. You have so many laws and so many regulations, and somebody was asking whether the SIGA code will become mandatory. Yes, it will be part of the laws of Ghana. Just go and look at the Constitution and look at the definition of the laws of Ghana. Once it is accepted and is published, it will become law. It will become part of the laws of Ghana. So participate in it today, so that you help them, to straighten all the rough edges, so you don't find yourself now having to be fixed to the wall, having to comply with a document that has become part of the laws of Ghana, and you have no room. So it's an opportunity for you to do that. And I think that you should be flexible. There are areas that you have to find. I'm so interested in this conversation about the finance director and the CEO and the rest. Very interesting conversation. But it is real. It's a real life story. People really have problems. But how do we now tackle those problems and try and find a way? But when I was listening, I said, but did we engage the wrong people to start with? That was a question I asked myself. Did we engage the wrong people? Because if you have any finance director worth his salt, he won't engage in the acts that I'm hearing from here. Because you are not paying for the right quality of finance people, that's what you will get. And maybe because your remuneration is so poor, the right people will not come. Because I was chairman of a state enterprise where I found out the finance director wasn't a qualified person. I said, whoever brought you here? And I hunted him until he left. Because I could not put my life in the hands of an unqualified accountant. But you may not do that. So I just want to leave this evening confident that I think we are embarking on a very important journey. It's not going to be smooth. The transformation is going to be rough and painful. But we have to think about where we want to be. If we all want to feel proud that in 2, 3, 4 years, we will belong to a group of companies that have high reputation, then we must go through the process. I'm confident that Ghanaians, if you are open and transparent with them, they will come on board. So that's over to you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Ishmael Yamson and Associates. Please let's give them a big round of applause. I think that the conversation is not conclusive. From here, we'll go and continue just as it has been suggested. So at this note, I invite Mr. Eric Opoku to give us his remark. In fact, his remark on behalf of the Director General of SIGA, and then after that, we'll take another remark. I also want to inform you that when we've closed, don't be in a hurry to go. We have coffee, we have tea, we have juice outside. You can drink, and then we can socialize before we finally leave here. Thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Opoku.
Thank you, George. Madam Chief Director, Dr. Ishmael Yamson, Harry and the team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues, heads of divisions and staff of SIGA. First, I would like to really thank Ishmael Yamson and team for collaborating with us and also with the ministry to put this consultative workshop together. And thank you also for making time to join us since morning till this time. We know very well from all the comments we've heard so far that we are all embarking on a very arduous and taxing journey. But the question is that life is about choices. We either decide to stay as it is or to move forward as a country trying to be like Singapore and other countries. The issue of corporate governance is very challenging, but I believe that if we all put our hearts to it, we'll be able to attain something. As has been repeated severally, the document is still work in progress. Comments are very much welcome. SIGA, we are very open to get more inputs into it. And that's the reason why we called you here. It's not the end. We wish that you continue to give us more inputs. And at the end, we all come with a document that you own it, you are happy to implement it, so that we get a change that we need in the country. The change, obviously, is not for us. It's more for the generations after us. For if people fought to gain independence for us, I think we also have to leave something behind for generations coming after us. And the choice is now whether we need to discomfort ourselves if the change process will bring that discomfort to us to attain the kind of structures we need to move this country forward. So we count on your cooperation, and we believe we'll be able to attain this together. Thank you very much for coming. So on behalf of the Director General and management and staff of SIGA, we wish to continue this collaboration with you, and thank you again for coming. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Madame Christina Edmond, the Chief Director for the Ministry of Public Enterprise.
Thank you very much, Doc, rep of DG. I think we've sat for a while. Can we just get up and stretch our hands for 2 seconds? Stretch the hands and the legs. I should have asked us to do some exercise. Yes, but we've sat for too long, and it's important that we stretch the body. Thank you very much. We can have our seats. Yes, I would like to, on behalf of the Honorable Minister, apologize because he did not have the opportunity to inform you of the meeting that he had. He was waiting to be part of this process. As a matter of fact, for such meetings, he sits in to the end because he's very, very passionate about what we are discussing. Unfortunately, he had to leave. And so, on his behalf, I do apologize. Now, there is something that he usually says, that this problem we are trying to resolve is 64 years old. And indeed, this morning, Doc actually indicated that this problem is very old. A statement that was made in 1961 is the same statement we make today. It means that this problem is very old. If it had been a human being, a worker, it would have retired by now, right? But it is still around. And we need to find a way of retiring this problem. And that is why we are here today. We would like to express our appreciation for your time and for the beautiful and incisive contributions that you have made to make this document a very effective document that would achieve the objective it set out to do. All the comments have been made. What we need to say have been said. Whilst I was sitting down, a song came to my mind. We are marching to Zion. And I think that should be our signature tune. We are marching to a beautiful Zion. We are moving from here, from our present condition. We want to get to the beautiful Zion, where things will be beautiful for us, where we can achieve the objectives for which these institutions were set up. So what we are doing is we are employing you as we go, as we start with the implementation. Not too long ago, we developed, and SIGA is here, we developed the state ownership policy. And indeed, this document is one of the framework that is going to assist, or that's going to drive the implementation of that policy. There are other documents as well, and I believe at the appropriate time, you will be called upon again to assist in shaping those documents. It is important that we get things right, and it is important that we move the steps forward so that every institution that has been established by government can make its contribution to the development of the nation. That is the vision of the president. And that is why the president has established SIGA and has established the Ministry of Public Enterprises. If it can be achieved, it behoves on all of us. It will take all of us. It will take our individual contributions, collective contribution to get things done. Let's support the president to take us to where this nation ought to be. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for everything that you have done and you continue to do for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that observation. I would like to express my personal admiration for Mr. Kofi Ansah-Otu, who has been with us online and has participated fully. Mr. Otu, we are grateful. And my personal observation, and this one, Michael, probably I'm speaking to you.
Thank you.
When
Thank
I
you
was
very
sitting, I was listening, and where you were presenting the recommendations, when you made a recommendation, I hear people say, this one we agree. And when you said something and they didn't like it, someone said, no, this one we don't like it. And where there was a division in opinion, the one who liked it tried to convince the other people why they should accept it. And I think that this engagement has been very fruitful. On that note, I invite Ernestina Dickens to come and give us the vote of thanks. Oh, please, give her a clap.
The Chief Director of the Ministry of Public Enterprises, heads of specified entities, the management of SIGA, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I must say it is a privilege to stand before you to give a vote of thanks on this very important program. Firstly, we want to express our gratitude to God, the giver of life, for making it possible for us to be present here today. With a grateful heart, we say thank you to our Honorable Minister, the Director General of SIGA, and the representative of AFD. Though they are currently not with us, we are grateful to them for spending time with us. To all boards, chairpersons, and members, to the CEOs, management representatives of specified entities, we say thank you for your time and valuable input to this Code of Corporate Governance. Our deep appreciation to our consultants, Williamson and Associates, the heads of divisions, technical advisors, managers, and indeed all SIGA staff. A program like this doesn't happen overnight. The wheels started turning months and weeks ago. Your sleepless nights have not gone unnoticed. Are you cool? Our gratitude also goes to the media, management, and staff of this facility for making this program a success. And finally, we are grateful to your participation, both physically and virtually. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Ernestina. We started with God, and we are ending with Allah. So on that note, I'm inviting Alhaji Abdul Samed Abubakar to come and give us the closing prayer. Please, let's give him a round of applause. And remember, we have tea and coffee after this prayer.
Shall we pray?
Point of correction, please.
Almighty
Point of
Allah.
correction. Point of
Almighty
correction.
Allah, we thank you for bringing the workshop to a successful end. And we pray that you send us to our various destinations safely. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. آمين.
Oh, please. I hear online wants to make one observation. Please.
Yes. Point of correction, please.
Please go on.
You said you started. You said we started with God and we are ending with Allah. Are you saying God and Allah are different?
Oh, please, this is a matter of semantics. Forgive me if you didn't understand that. I only was trying to say we started with a Christian prayer and we're ending with a Muslim prayer.
Yes.
Thank you.
You said it well, but the first one was
Okay,
wrong.
please, we're taking pictures. So this is the order of the pictures. Please, the consultants, please come around. We want to take some pictures with you. Staff of GRC, please, we want to take a picture with the consultants. SIGA staff. Chief executives present here, please, we want to take a picture with you as well. GRC. We'll take it here. Oh, they are going for coffee, so don't worry, they'll come. Mr. Bogu. Okay. No. GRC staff, please kindly put. Thank you. GRC staff and all staff of SIGA, please don't go. Chief executives who have been with us throughout, please, we want to take pictures with you. We want to capture the memories. Mr. Boku. Staff of SIGA, please, we want to capture this occasion. So please come towards the head table. All staff of SIGA, technical advisors, consultants, please come forward so that we can capture this important moment. All SIGA staff.
I think the medal belongs to you.
Move the conversation forward. Please, kindly leave the tags on the table. The tags that you are given, kindly leave them on the table before you go. All SIGA staff, including those of you who are conversing. All SIGA staff. In fact, this will be our roll call. If we don't see you in this picture, it means you didn't come to work. Okay, so after this picture, those in corporate affairs should stand on my left side. They will come again, but we take that of PME and the consultants. So corporate affairs, please stand aside. We take PME and consultants. GRC, you can also step aside. After that, you come. So please, it is PME. Please, it is PME and consultants. PME and consultants. Please, let's do it quickly. PME and consultants. Individual pictures are not allowed. PME and consultants. Quickly. PME quickly, please. Oh, Michael. PME and consultants. Mr. Boku, as the organizer, you should be in it. You should be in it. After that, we take GRC and consultants. After this, GRC and consultants. Legal, if you are here, please don't go. You are coming to take an exclusive one with the consultants. Okay, GRC. Okay, without. After that, GRC and consultants. GRC and consultants. After that, corporate affairs and consultants. GRC and consultants, is that it? Corporate affairs and consultants after this one. But last. Okay, corporate affairs. After corporate affairs, legal. After corporate. Legal. After that, IT. Legal. After legal, IT. And then maybe the office of DG. IT, please come around. And then the office of the Director General. If you want to take exclusive, please come and pay to me. Okay. Office of the Director General. Quickly. Here, this is the last one. Is it IND? Just sit down and wait. Host and win, say. No, Kofi. Your preference of India. Those of you who have not taken any of the pictures, which group? Which division are you? Okay, miscellaneous, please come and take yours. Okay, then I think that's it. Please, there's coffee. Make sure you finish everything before we go.